kwanza kuona General Secretary wangu akiingia hii group. So mimi chenye naweza changia comrades, huyu jamaa mi naona tukimshinda, tena tumemshinda zaidi. Ukiangalia ya leo wamefunga njia zote zenye inamaanisha wametuogopa. Ni lazima ya SHA anasema ulipe mwaka ndio utibiwe. Utatoa wapi 7,000 mara moja ulipe mwaka ndio utibiwe?
Na after you're breaking, tafadhali. Wanjiru, unasikia nafta?
Hapana, simsikia.
Ama kesho kutwa ni lazima tujikomboe sisi wenyewe.
Nafta, maybe you can drop, I'll still give you the mic. Usijali, drop alafu urudi tena sababu unakatika. Maybe it could be your internet iko na kashida mahali, lakini we also keeping it to automatic. Just drop brother and give you back when you maybe refresh your phone or something. Thank you. Tukiendelea, Luto must go.
Hello, hi. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I wanted to address something that had been talked about before about what happens next or who are we picking next. I just wanted to clarify that anytime someone asks what the plan is, the response is the plan is the Constitution. We just want the rule of law to be followed, and we just want the Constitution to be followed, which is part of the reason we're agitating so much on the streets in the first place. I think questions like that can also serve to be sideshows, including all of the other sideshows that they keep throwing at us, such as, oh, Esther Pasari said this, Sidri Raila is doing what. That's not the focus point. These are sideshows that are intent on distracting our focus and our energy, and we need to focus on getting the comrades free, as Buka said, and changing the system completely, right? And then lastly, I just wanted to add that I know we all have different ways of protest and we all have different ways that we believe in. But there is a lot to be said about the power of the feet on the street, and there's also the power of soft power. We can use the methods that other revolutions before us used, such as boycotting, such as funding people like Defenders KE, who pay bail for people who are arrested and abducted, Medics for Kenya, all of these things like that. Like, we have to do as many forms of protest, including putting on the uniform, as we have been directed at the beginning of this call. All of these small actions lead up to a bigger wave, and I think it's important that we pay attention to as many forms of protest as we can. In terms of protesting for 7 days and the economic effect, that's where another strategy that other revolutions used to use comes in, which is mutual aid, where we need to start being our brother's keeper, which is actually the African way of Ubuntu and socialism and communalism, where if we are saying that we are strategizing for a planned revolution, it's compulsory that we support the people who are also doing all forms of these revolution. And this includes food and mutual aid and whatever people on the street need, whether it's Molotov cocktails, whether it's funding for medical supplies and all things of that nature. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak, and may our comrades who have fallen today rest in power.
Thank you so much, Ruto Mastko. Yeah, to the comrades who with us today, rest in power, and we will still fight this fight for you. Sham Nyambura, Nyambu kwaje? Maybe I ambushed her, but it's okay. I would like to have Dr. Idris. Yes, I can.
Foremost, I would like to send my condolences to the families of our fallen heroes. It was such a horrible day. And yes, I am so sorry, because this should not happen, should not have happened, should never happen. But yes, we are being ruled by an anarchist, and there's nothing much we can do. Now, I've been thinking of something like, I normally do a lot of hashtag of for ICC. I know that so many people don't believe in ICC and for so many reasons, but there's also a fact that this guy was once taken to ICC, and we all know the reason as to why he was never jailed. It's because, I mean, like all the witnesses disappeared. But I have noticed a trend, like the whole of this afternoon, because I was so disgusted and saddened by what was happening on the streets and all the deaths. So I've been like pushing this hashtag the whole afternoon. And every time I push for ICC, I get blocked. I like they always report me. Whenever I push any other hashtag, nothing happens. But whenever I'm pushing for ICC, I get blocked, I get threatened, I get told toka hapo. So in my small mind, I get to think that then it's a scary one. Because why do they only pay attention to when I do for ICC? Will I do any other thing, Ruto must go or anything else? Nobody says anything. But kidogo tu even nikishaanza for ICC, I'll not go for an hour before I get reported. Between 4 o'clock and now, I've been reported 4 times. So I'm kind of like thinking that, well then, this is something that scares them. And because like the lady who has just spoken, the same thing that she had said, that we have to fight from all fronts, why don't we then push this hashtag? I also remember that in December, when guys were like pushing for ICC, that's when people like Kinaki Kibet were abducted. And then we all stopped because we started to fight for their release. It's just my thinking, but I noticed that on my case, they always attack me when I push for ICC. Yeah, that's all I have to say.
Oh wow, I didn't know that was a thing, but I think right now where we are headed. I'm sorry for you being reported, but
It's
hey,
okay. They report me already. I know what to do. I have other accounts. I still go on. They only report me when I push for ICC. So it means that
they must be
somebody,
terrified.
yes, and then not only do they report me, but I also get threatened, you know. They start writing to me. Normally nobody really cares, nobody bothers about me. But nikifanya for ICC, I'm telling you, I start getting inboxes and everything. So I think it's a hashtag that scares them. So if it really scares them, then it must be powerful. And if it's powerful, we need it then. Yeah, that's all.
I agree there with Angeshi. I agree with Angeshi. I remember when we started pushing that Fufua ICC, and we were sharing images and videos were coming out on YouTube, TikTok, about the victims of what happened in 2007. Immediately they started abducting leading voices, and we now change, to free, because that's also one of their strategies. They have a list of people they're ready to abduct, who will shift our focus. But right now we are on to them. Guys, the best way to fight disinformation and misinformation is to get ahead of the information. The first few hours of when they start sharing this information, we have to speak the truth, and that's why we have to be very bold. We have to be very quick. We have to amplify our voices. Where this space is occasioned to get the truth from the ground. So if you're on the ground, if you're hearing shooting, I say please request a mic. Wear the uniform. Let's all be in uniform. The uniform is right there on the space bar. We have literally 150 people. We are over 2,000 people. 150 people. There are more Kenyans who want to join. There are more Kenyans who are feeling downhearted. There are many Kenyans who have seen the killings, who have witnessed this brutality life, and they want to join the space, but they can't see the space. How do you become active in this, fighting for the injustices? Fighting the injustices that are being perpetrated in our nation. Begin by just reposting the space. Let's get many people in here. Let's get this conversation going. And please maintain 2 minutes. I have a lot of requests coming in, guys. Repost the space, engage the space. Let us shout truth from the loudest of our lungs, especially what who are lakeside are being targeted. They're being told, hey, you guys stay home, stay home. This is a Kikuyu thing. We have to counter that. That will not work with this generation. While Jue, they have already lost. Ruto is losing his grip on power. And we are pushing 7 days of maandamano. Tuesday ni Tuesday. Kesho, they are going to barricade these roads and they cannot sustain. They don't have enough bullets to kill all of us. And we are ready to fight for our country. Kenyans will love our country. The whole world is looking at us. The whole region is looking at us. We cannot give up now. We'll not live on our feet. And if you're confused of why we're on the street, then you don't know. Then I don't know where you've been living. I don't know where you've been living. You cannot be silent during these times, especially when they travel all the way to Homa Bay, bring Ojwang, kill. That will happen to any one of us. Today, we are speaking. That's why we are very loud and we're hitting it directly, because we know if we keep quiet when it's Albert, if we keep quiet when it's Boniface, if we keep quiet when it's Wanjiru, it will be me next. Before they consolidate power, we have to take charge. We have to take charge. Anyway, Wanjiru, you can pass the microphone. Who are you giving the microphone to? Who was next?
I'm just actually doing the hands up, so because I know they are ready to speak. So if actually you want to speak next, I would advise you raise your hand up. Nilisema Wanjiru, nimekaa hapa one academic here na sijapatiwa mic.
I'm enforcing uniform, guys. Kama una uniform sikupatii mic. Napatia watu wako na uniform mic. Haya, endelea.
Na venye mimi sina.
Oh, I mean, unless you have the badge. That your badge. Kama uko na badge, I will understand. I will overlook that.
Lakini nguo yangu inafanana na uniform yenu. Anyway, I go to Odanga, and then I go to Osongo, and tafadhali itakuwa 2 minutes because the requests are crazy. So Odanga 2 minutes. Ukisikia nimeraise up mkono wangu, unashuka, and then you just summarize the next person. Odanga.
Okay, thank you very much, Wanjiru. First of all, tonight or today, as a country, we are devastated. Some of us, we have tears in our eyes, we are sweating, we are angry, we are mad, because every day we are going to the streets. To Ruto, it's a statistic. Around 60 were killed last year. Then during our anniversary, around 25 were killed. And today, we are told they are in tens of numbers. They've been massacred. To Ruto, perhaps that is a pile of meat. Whatever we saw a tactical move whereby some unmarked cars with guys shooting randomly at protesters. Definitely, they are exercising the command that Onesmus Kipchumba's Murkomen command is being followed. They are shooting at innocent people and making sure they can't be traced. And when you stand up to the government, we ask the government, who are they? The government wants to tell us stories. They want to tell us that we can see someone like Osoro is trying to profile the Kikuyu community, to tell us that it is the Kikuyu who are revolting against this regime. We can see a calculated move, and it is so wrong. I ask myself, how does Kindiki sit in such a cabinet where his community is being profiled? Well, for us, it doesn't matter whether it's a Kikuyu or Kalenjin who has been killed. There is a Kenyan, and we are asking for accountability. It was last week was some 2 weeks was Albert Ojwang. He was not a Kikuyu. He was shot. I mean, he was killed in cold blood, so that the Ruto's regime can continue. We will not scamper with fear. We'll stand up with them. And I want to tell Mr. Ruto that even in Romania there was a dictator by the name Ceausescu. But when people pressed towards them, they put him. They pushed. They demonstrated day and night, and eventually Ceausescu fled with the helicopter. And when the police realized now this is not about the safety of the regime, they dropped them on the road, and they were arrested by the mob. You see, these same police are the ones that will execute Kasongo. I'm telling him, they will execute Kasongo one day. Because, you see, Ceausescu was arrested. He was put on a trumped-up charges. There was no justice handed to him, of course, because the country was begging for his blood. We are telling him justice will catch up with him. Ceausescu was murdered, shot at point blank by the military with his wife, because the regime, the country had to be saved. So they can continue shooting at us. We will stand up to them. In the words of Denzel Washington, in the movie, in a particular movie of Denzel Washington, it says, stand up to injustice. We shall stand up to them. Conflict if they want, but with an open hand. Even the DCI, we know we have some of them in the group. They are listening at us. You can dare us with the guns, but we are fighting for you too. You cannot save the regime from falling. It has lost its commander. Ruto is no longer leading, is no longer governing. He's no longer in power. So we will stand up to this regime, conflict if they want, but with an open hand to tell them that we can build a nation worth living for us all. I want to suggest something as I conclude. Clearly, they're trying to profile the young people. I would suggest that it's time we march up. We allow even our older generation to join us. It's time we allow even other like-minded people from across the political divide to now stand up to this regime. We cannot continue saying we don't want these politicians anymore. We want their help, because at this point, the country is at crisis. We need to evaluate that choice that we made and ask ourselves, are we in this for us all? So if we should entertain every like-minded Kenyan that want to demonstrate alongside us, be it Shagwa, be it whoever, be it Raila, let them come now. It's time now to put an end to this. We cannot entertain the idea of shooting innocent young men because they're asking for accountability. And Murkomen comes up and says, shoot a number of them, and then we shall secure your release at the court. We need now to reevaluate that idea and see. Let Bonnie allow others. Let us entertain Matiang'i coming and marching alongside us. Let us entertain Gachagua. It doesn't mean that when we fall this regime down, doesn't mean that Gachagua is the next president. Of course, we have our laws. The first agenda is to make sure that this regime doesn't see another day. So we should now entertain that idea so that we can be able to suffocate this regime to the end. Thank you very much. And may the soul of those who died today rest in peace.
May they rest in eternal peace. And as they are resting in peace, may they also harass Ruto because of Murkomen for sending the shoot to kill orders. Waumwe na tumbure usiku. And also let's remember Saba Saba, Siku Saba. Osongo, the mic is yours, and then I don't see any hand, and then I go to Kim Com, then Dr. Cock Top. Please, Osongo, dakika mbili so that we can actually give everyone want to speak, so keep 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Anjiro. Thank you, Afrocentric. I don't believe we should allow anyone else, or allow any politician, because first and foremost, if you allow any politician, they are shrewd. If they were really genuine in the first place, they would be there. They wouldn't need to be pushed by anyone to come. They will be there already, giving us backup. Since they are not, because they know they'll not get anything, we should not call anyone. No, everyone has a heart, and they should feel they're supposed to be there because they can see what's happening. Anyway, that's beside the point. What I believe, all these MPs, if they were genuine, any MP, if he was genuine, we would have a bill in Parliament right now, impeaching Ruto. And then maybe we would have something to do with that. So what I believe, personally what I believe, we are really massaging a donkey kwa mlima. We are massaging a donkey kwa mlima. We can see someone killed, alafu anavutwa chini kama umbwa. Surely tuna joke. First and foremost, mtuliana hii picha ya Ruto, surely. Ruto akiingia Twitter alafu aone kila mtu akona hii picha, it gives him a, as in it's a message in itself. Kila mtu hata kama uko nayo blue band for 1 week unaweza manage joke kuweka tu hii picha. Tukueni serious. Another thing, tuacheni kwenda town, maandamano town. Ni ya nini? Maandamano si ya town. Right now, washatuonesha ni violence. Let's give them peace violence mpaka waamue kuimpeach jamaa. It's very simple. Tupatie peace violence, wachane na Ruto. Tupatie peace violence. Is it okay for us to die but hakuna hata MP moja amekuzwa na shida? Hakuna hata MP moja. We can meet these people in their homes to make vitu zikuwe very hard for them. It's either waende ama tunyoroshane nao. MPs, MCAs, surely no one is speaking. No one is speaking. We voted for them. No one is speaking. It's only them, ni hao tu. Dakika mbili mmoja tu akiweka tu impeachment. Tunaenda tunasimama hapo kama 25th, 2024. Tuone nani atasema yes na nani atasema no. It's very simple. Si tuko hapa tunasifu Babu. Oh, Babu Owino is good. Kwa nini huo Babu hajaweka hata impeachment motion huko? Anyway, thank you. Sina nimekasirika.
Hata mimi nimekasirika.
That is a very good idea because we have been focusing all our efforts and resources on the executive. Maybe if we put a crisis on the legislature, on parliament, maybe it can, because we have a 3-system government, right? And a bill of motion can be passed in parliament. Thank you for your idea. Thank you. Powerful idea. We need to explain.
Afrocentric, sorry, dakika moja. Afrocentric nakwambia MPs wawili wakiona shida, if MP wawili wapigwe, MP wawili tu wapigwe in their homes, MP mmoja akufe ama watatu, it is worth more than watu 60 so far sahi Kenya in 2025. 60 people have died. Is their life more worthy than the normal Kenyan? Hatuko serious surely. Tukute hao MPs, tuachane na president. Tukute hao MPs wafanye ile kitu inafaa.
Asante. I did, sometimes back, maybe 2 months ago, I suggested to an MP that I know, and I told her, why would she not do a motion for impeaching Kasongo? You don't want to listen to the response that I got, but even if you see these people are on our side, they are very loyal to their salary. That's the only thing I can say. They are loyal to their salary more than to the Kenyans who actually put them to the task. So, Kim, then I go to Dr. Koktop.
Thank you, Afrocentric and Wanjiro, for the opportunity to speak. First is to send my condolences to the family who lost their loved ones. I know it feels so pain when you see a young man or a lady dying at the age of 24, 23 years just because a person hataki kutoka kwa kiti. It's true venye huyo umesema, brother hapo, we have to stand, we have to become one. And whatever we mean here, we mean business. That huyu jamaa hatutamwacha alale, lazima tumtoe. We are going for these MPs and our MCAs. These people wanashinda wakikuja kutuonyesha venye tuko pamoja na wao, but whenever they go to the parliament, they don't speak about that motion. You can imagine today, nimeona Juja, a guy alipigwa risasi, alafu anadragiwa chini kaa umbwa. It's so hurting ati tunaweza kai hapa tujiangalilie kitu kama hiyo kihappen. The other day tuliona a person akishutiwa na police. They like tukiona kila mtu akiona. Ni nini ili happen to that police? Nothing. Tunadanganywa tu ati aliambiwa alipelekwa kotini. Haya mara sijui zilienda zikarudi. Hiyo we are not buying that. Now it's time to wake up. Youths tusilale, and this guy tusimwachilie. Let us make sure that hakuna business itaendelea hii Kenya until this guy atoke kwa kiti. Tusikubali hawa wasi wenye wanalipo kwenda kubomoa shops za watu. Other people are looting into other people's business. And then sisi ndio tunaekelewa hiyo mzigo. And kabisa sisi hata hatuna kitu tunaenda nayo just because tumebeba tu maji na bendera na mask na simu zetu. How can you tell us that tuko na hiyo power ya kwenda kubomoa supermarket? Ani wasi wanakuja na krobas za kung'oa makufuli za watu so that they can steal hiyo mzigo tubebe. Hatukubali hiyo. If we see a person mwenye anaenda hapo na anajoin wale wase kubomoa hiyo duka, utatuambia wewe ni nani? Na nani alikutuma ukuje hapo kuiba duka za watu? Hakuna venye tutatoka kama youths kuenda kupigania wa country. Then a person anakuja akiwa amelipwa. No, pia ni Mkenya, ujue mtu ni mjinga. Huyu mtu ni mjinga kwa sababu ni nchi yake anauza na watu wake wamesimama hapo wampiganie nchi. 2, this goes to Murkomen. Ambia hiyo nugu, that idiot, venye amefanya leo, order zake zilifuatwa na hao watu wenye walikufa leo aende yake kwa fridge hawakule. Hakuna time unaweza ambia an innocent person, mtu mwenye amebeba maji na bendera, at because amesimama nje ya police station apigwe risasi. That guy is, can we see the government that we have? People are very empty minded. Wase wako kwa serikali ni watu wa chenzi sana. Hatuwezi kubali kukana those kind of leaders when we know that we can stop them. Remember 2024 tulitokea na venye tulienda. Wase hata our own, those people who vote for, like we woke up very early in the morning to go and vote for those guys, but the moment they entered into that government waliona wamefika. Wase heri tu walipwe that 2 million ama 1 million just to sell their people, alafu their children wako huku, wao wako huku, just because they are living that lavish life. Now they are selling us. So wase tusiwape time, wasilale. Hii maandamano hata ikitaka kwenda hii mwaka yote, tuendeni from Monday to Friday, weekend sherehe, Monday to Friday, hivyo tusipea watu time, tusikubali walale, because now we have a problem, and this leadership that we have right now inatusumbua sana. So I feel the pain. Kijana ametoka hapa, kijana wa 20 years, 21, ameenda ameuawa na huko just because that person is fighting for his right or her rights. How? So that means in Kenya we don't have that what do we call it? Hatuna hiyo mamlaka ya kuexpress our feelings. We don't have it because iko kwa katiba, but hakuna mtu anaifuata, because the moment tunainua mkono unataka kufanya kitu, then wanatuua. Thank you so much.
Asante. Inaitwa freedom of speech. Saizi hata freedom of movement we witness ikikuwa imefungwa leo, so literally the constitution sahi ni kama tissue paper. Anyway, Dr. Cocktop, the mic is yours.
Siku hizi mayuti tunamka na hasira, tunalala na hasira. Serikali itambue kitu. Ruto yeye anafikiria ni kujenga kanisa. Kanisa yenye hata sijui alifikiria nini. Juu hata hiyo land ameenda jengea alipata hapo na ni land ya public. Like meta sielewi jamaa anafikiria ana reverse gear ama unajua kuna vitu zingine mtu mzima anafanya lakini I make sense. Alafu kuna polisi watasingizia eti wanadeal na order. Hakuna order wanapewa. Order unashoot vipi mtu hajajihami, hana hata nelkata, ni bendera chupa ya maji, unapiga bullet ya kichwa. Eti ni order from above. Order gani unaangalia tu? Unashoot to kill. Hakuna mali nchi melekea, lakini leo tumeonyesha kuwa sisi tunaweza jipanga na wakaandamana tukivyo. Leo ilikuwa ni step moja kubwa sana, wala leo imeonekana achievement. Ndio wamefunga CBD na biashara zimesimama, nchi imekuwa ina stand still. Leo kuna ile achievement imetokea, na ikiendelea hivi hata ni hii wiki lazima tutaona matunda ya hii movement tumeanza toka last year. Ni hiyo tu, ila hasira iko, sisi ongea zaidi.
Asante sana Dr. Cocktop. I would advise ukunywe maji na maziwa kidogo, ndio inanisaidia kutuliza hii hasira. Niko lactose intolerant, lakini saizi nimefura tumbo juu ya kunywa maziwa. Anyway, thank you. Tukiendelea, let me give it to Dennis.
Yeah, Wanjiru, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, me personally, I think I'm emotionally and mentally drained because of what happened today. But mimi kitu nauliza, in a country of 50 million people, hakuna mtu anaweza aende huo mtu to, because me I think I'm at a point whereby if I had any supernatural powers, I would go and eliminate that man from State House. Because huyu mtu bwana, this is an animal. This is an animal. I don't know kama umeona hiyo video, a person has been shot, alafu he's being dragged to a police station. I mean, I just saw that, and I think pia kuna video ingine, another woman who is crying because his child has been shot on the head. Straight shot in the head. Alafu you're saying, you people, you're saying we have a country. I'm so angry. I've never been this angry. I'm emotionally drained. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do. I had a lot to say. But me, kitu ninaomba, guys, please, let the blood that has been shed not be in vain. We are losing a lot of people. I think our protests now need to evolve. We are talking too much. We are talking so much. Sometimes I don't want to join these spaces, but sometimes I find myself joining just to hear whether there is someone who has a different strategy to this, what we're doing. Because now these protests now need to evolve and have some kind of an organization, have strategies and resistance movements. Why I'm saying this is because I still go back to 25th of June. I still don't understand when you want to thousands of people in Kiambu Road na Thika Road walishindwa kufika town just because of one armored personnel vehicle. Hiyo gari, that's something you needed to have had a Molotov, alafu muirushia, and that guy burns, and that vehicle burns up, and you guys go to State House. So there's a lady who said about, I think he has 100 of people. I wish that lady could reach out to me, because I would be happy to help him in what she wants to do. Because that's the way now. Our Parisi, and I said this in the last space, these are terrorists. Kenya police are terrorists. And those are the people who are between us and what we need to achieve. Because please remember, this is not just Ruto alone. These are systemic failing in this country. 2027. The cost of 2027 will be more severe than what we have to sacrifice right now. Na tena pia 2027 can be weaponized to be about tribe against tribe. Na pia mimi, in my own thinking, in my own wisdom, I don't see how this person can get out of the ballot through the signs. I don't want to ignore any more signs about Ruto. Me personally nilimvotia, I ignore the signs. I cannot ignore the signs twice unless I'm mad. Please, guys, let's rise up. Huyu mtu bana, hata kama I don't know whether for me I would say that we need to re-strategize now. Tujue sasa kama ni siku, it's 1 week from now. We have our strategies. Everybody, Wanjiru, Afrocentric, Sonko, we need to come together as a nation. Mujue kama ni these big followers, tukue na one space kindly. Let's put our differences aside, tuseme sasa now this is a way forward. Tukishindwa kwenda State House, tulale CBD. Tukilala CBD, it's for 4 straight days. Na tukue na mpango how food needs to come to CBD. There is no way hata unleash those DCI goons. Unleash, they cannot come to kill thousands of people in CBD. Na CBD ikivulika hapo siku 1, 2, and 3, all other counties will shut down. And from that we have a victory. So we can reduce the number of people who are afraid not to go to the streets. Or sorry, we can increase the number of people who want to go to the streets. Ndio tukishindwa maybe in state of watu hii narrative ya sijui watu walifika pale sasa, sijui miguu kulikuwa na mapepo, sijui wakashindwa kuvuka. That was just fear, I believe. So if we cannot go to states, can we camp in CBD for 4 or 5 straight days? And this man will have to fall down. So that is my thinking. Juu mambo ya kwenda tena kesho, I believe, hata mimi naona kesho. Yes, I believe we need to have protest, but I know people will still not turn out. Because it's so much draining. We need to come up with something comprehensive. Tukishindwa hili kama ni State House, do we camp in CBD? Do we go to their houses? There's somebody who said about going to these members of Parliament houses. Let's go and occupy their homes. When you tumefika, let's kind of put some morality aside. I'm not saying that we're going to anarchy, but I'm saying that we need to be prepared to defend ourselves against the police. Polisi akianza kukutupia hapo tear gas ama shooting at you, fight back. Send those Molotovs. Burn those vehicles. Kama ni magari wacha zichomwe, tutanunua zingine. Let them run away. We have to this time, so that the people who have died, they cannot be in vain. We don't want more bloodshed. Kindly, me personally, when nimeona leo, I've been so drained. I just want to rest after this. But I would ask you kindly, let's come together. Can we have a major space, all of us, mujipange though, everybody, so that we can strategize now on the way forward, that tuseme kama ni next month, it's for 5 straight days, and everybody is mentally prepared. We have done our strategies. Obviously, kuna watu watakuwa abducted in the process, but they cannot abduct everybody. And then we will finalize these once and for all, because we can't be doing these every week. And some other countries like Sri Lanka na wale wengine walimaliza vitu yao, and the country is going forward. That's what we need kindly. So thank you, Wanjiru, for the mic. Thank you, Afrocentric. Thank you, Sonko. And have a good night.
Thank you as well, Dennis. Singapore ama Sri Lanka hawakupata uhuru kwa siku moja. They slept and stayed in the streets for days. And our Bangladesh also running lessons from them last year. Waliamua wanaingia hiyo press na wakaingia. So guys, siku ni 7, leo ni tarehe 7/7 na tunasema siku 7 for Saba Saba. So 7 days of rage has to be initiated. Today we witnessed economic lockdown, which was tumekuwa tukisema we should do economic lockdown, ni nini tufunge barabara, wametufungia barabara wao wenyewe. So that's actually a good thing that happened today. Anyway, let me give it to Bon I. Amekuwa hapa for a minute. Take over then from Bon I.
Thank you.
Karomo, be ready.
Thank you so much. Yeah, actually, we won. Saba Saba was successful because we sabotaged the economy. And as you can know, the economy of Nairobi, they collect 30 million daily on a daily basis. That is an average of the revenue the Nairobi County collects. And in terms of the whole government, they collect 3 billion in revenue in Nairobi. All the offices are located in Nairobi. So it was something that is good, and we should actually apply more pressure to that, whereby if they showed us what we're supposed to do. So today, Saba Saba and the police are the ones who close these roads. So next time, if they don't close the roads, we are the one who will be closing the roads. And we also have to diversify our ways of how we need to tackle these people. I was suggesting they'll become one day we dedicate a full day where we try and unlock, not even a single vehicle can enter a petrol station or a petrol pump to fuel. So we try and see how the economy, we want to make this economy go down to its knees. And remember, we have also to pressure the business people. For example, if we go for the protests for a whole week, how can someone who is doing business in downtown Nairobi or in Nairobi pay those government or county whatever? So another thing is resistance. We should tell them to resist, and if each and everyone, if there is someone who can resist paying taxes, if there is a way you're doing business, don't hata usiende kuninizwa ati nil returns ama nini, because we know the president mwenye atakuja kuchukua, we will pressure them that we were not okay, we were not working, we were not doing anything, we were not getting any revenue at that particular time. So they have to abolish like what they're doing now. Wamepatia amnesty for the taxes. So we should not worry about that. Kitu itakuja kuwa fixed, but we need to resist and boycott. And I don't know, Afrocentric, are you there? Afro.
Ako.
So we need to be guided. Like we want to say a particular week, we identify the products that are coming from the oppressors. If it is the markets, we want to identify them so that when we start boycotting these products, these people will feel it. Another thing, there are people who spoke earlier and they talked about we occupying MPs' premises and sabotaging what goes around them and their families. That is what we're supposed to do also, because the idea of coming to CBD, it's working, but now they have come up with their ways where they're looking us coming into CBD. Also, a revolution we should not tell them that tomorrow we are coming or this. Each and every day we tell them, they prepare themselves. And my idea actually, I posted on my TL the other time that we should do it the South African way. When Malema had the total shutdown, these people never slept in their houses. They were in the streets as early as 2 a.m. So when the police wakes up at 6 or 5 to barricade the roads, these people are already there. So our problem, one of our problem is these people, they have known our next steps, what we are going to do next. And it is so wrong. For me, I feel so bad because most of my friends, something that it hurts when your best friend, your best friend mmeshaenda naye maandamano anakutumia picha kuonesha the bullet wounds na mwingine tunamzika. It feels in a pain sana because that might be you, that might be me. Next, who knows? A lot of people today wakuja kwa street, but a lot of them wamepata shida. These people, they don't know kama ulikuja kwa street ama ukuja kwa street, wanakupata mahali wamekupata. I cannot imagine a government whereby the police blocks the road, even those vehicles that are for emergency like the ambulances, simply because that is inakuja from one particular area which was Thika Road, and they know maybe hao watu wanataka kuleta divide ya kusema a particular tribe. How can you block emergency vehicles? Please, police, sasa hii ni nini? What type of country are we in? So the best thing, guys, let's resist. And by resisting, hao watu wamekuja kutupata kama Githurai, Ngong, huko ndani. Nairobi wana collect mpaka parking fees kama mali kama Kasarani. Let people not pay for this money. Let people resist. Let people resist. Wale askari ukuja kwa clubs kuokota sijui 200, 100, 500 jioni. Let's make sure tumewafukuza. Let them govern Nairobi CBD na sisi tushikilie huko kwingine. Like they said the other time they wanted to separate Mombasa, wakasema Mombasa si Kenya. Wacha wakae na CBD yao. Na sisi tutakuwa tuna block. Hakuna shughuli itakuwa inafanyika. Economy ya Kenya wacha iende chini, tuone hata hizo pesa zenye wanafikiria watakuwa wanaiba zitatoka wapi. Watakuja kutupigia magoti, else we are winning this game. Msione ati leo tumefanywa hivi, kesho it's another day, we have a different tactics. And again, lastly, watu wangu, wacha tuache kuwa predictable. I can just share a simple thing. Mimi, I had a friend, tulikuwa na yeye, alikuwa ni like partner in crime. Alikuwa my partner in crime tukiwa high school. Tulikuwa tunapatikana na scandals mingi, unakuta tu deputy amekuita without hata uko unajua, kumbe mlikuwa mmesneak. Anaita my friend, alikuwa anaitwa Maina. My friend chenye atasema, mimi nikiitwa exactly chenye alisema ndio mimi nitakuja kusema. We had not planned anything. Why am I saying this? Watu wangu, tusingoje tu kuambiwa na afro ama KOT ama nani what we supposed to do. Like today mliona KOT akienda tao. Alikuwa na try kuambia, okay, mimi nimeenda nimepita hivi na ninafanya hivi. So guys, KOT hakuwa asimame hapo ati awaambie pitieni hapa ama hapa. Because the moment anawaambia pitieni hapa ama hapa, kuna watu pia wako kwa timeline yake wanajua, wanaenda wanacover up hapo. So wacha tu kitu kuogani. Wewe ujuange Wanjiru anafikiria hivi. Wacha pia mimi nifanye hivi. Tukikutana kesho unasikia ala Wanjiru, kwani ni kama mlikuwa mmeongea na KOT kwa mimi hata sijui, hata mimi sijui. So let it be organic. Na hivyo ndio tutawini game. Lastly sasa, can we have how we can get a chain? Tujilock na hii chain like watu 50-50 na tukae strategic places kama mbele ya parliament. Siku zenye hata hawajui. Hii chain tuilock kabisa. For 4 days na tukuwe na watu wana supply hao watu food na kila kitu, amenities zote, toilet na nini. Na to have those journalists, sisi wenyewe hapo, tuna cover up hiyo kitu live. Like how they do the Guinness Book of World Records. Kwa hizi nini zote, kwa embassy zote, every places kuna watu 50, hii chain tuilock kabisa. Watu wakae hapo, ikuwe ni kama ni hunger strike. Hawaharibu chochote na hawaendi kwa street na nini, they are just sitting down. Hii chain before uitoe, unless uichomele, hizo lock tutakuwa tumeweka nazo, hizo lock ni sisi tutakuwa na hizo key na tutakuwa tu tuna roam mali hapo. That is the best Kwa hiyo nini yote mbele ya Nairobi City County, kwa Parliament, kwa embassy zote, Harambee House, kila mahali watu wameketi tu chini hapo kwa Parliament. Wacha hao parliamentaries wakuwa wanakuja kwa Parliament, wakikuja wakiwapita hapo, kama watakuwa pia wanatoa za macho za cabbage, watoe wakiingia hapo. But 5 good days ama 1 week anga strike, hata wacha tuende tukibadilishana in shifts, and I'm ready. Mimi ni mmoja wao, ninajitolea. Yeah, thanks.
Asante sana. Tafadhali madugu na madada, let's keep it 2 minutes tafadhali. Niko na request za kupewa say, so let's keep it 2 minutes tafadhali nawaomba, so that everybody can actually speak.
Na wale
Nimechoka kujibu DM za Wanjiru nipe mic, Wanjiru nipe mic, Wanjiru nipe mic, so tafadhali. Afro.
yeah, wale wana request mic, please sustain the mic request, kwa sababu we can only give out mics mtu akimaliza kuongea alafu ana drop, alafu tunakupatia mic yake. Sasa naona kuna watu nataka kupatia mic lakini nikitafuta wapi request sioni request, washa drop. So please bear with us, be patient with us. Please take 2 minutes so we can iterate quickly through the microphones and get all the good ideas. Kumbuka kesho ni maandamano, so the space won't extend too much into the night. Tuko streets, and we are standing in solidarity, and also our condolences to all the families that have lost comrades and the comrades that have paid the highest price. We are one in spirit. Na uniform ni hii moja, Kasongo must go. To eject Kasongo, please tafadhali weka uniform. Na by the mic ni ya watu wamevaa. I'm giving you the algorithm of speaking on this space. Ukiwa na uniform, mic inakukujia very very fast. Very very fast. Aya Wanjiru.
Asante sana. So vaeni uniform. Uniform ni hiyo ya Kasongo must go. But we don't have ladies in the space. So Karomo, you will excuse me. I'd given you the mic before, but it's been a minute since I had the ladies' voice. So the 2 ladies with no suti are going to speak to us. Then we go to the gents. So Hannah Dirito, then we go to Sharifa, and then Karomo. Hannah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mi niliona kila squad imetoka, sijui, I don't know where they were coming from, but I saw the killer squad coming out and walitumia Thika Road to go to different places. So I'm like, okay, where are they going, these people? And they were going to Ngong and Kiseria and all that. My suggestion is one, when we are going, for example, every time there is the end of Maandamano, these people are sent to make chaos. Last time it was Githurai, and then it was in another area. And this time, this area specific, unaona vile wamefyetua kabisa. And there is only one road away. So what we do is, unajua nails, mzungu anakuwaga na so many interesting machinery, of which we do not need very big. Ni mbao tu, all we need ni mbao na nails. Muchape mbao, nails ndani, toke on one side. Then we put it in the main road, ile road yenye unajua inaingililia barabara ya Ngong ya Kiseria. That way tunajua this killer group, they are coming, wanakuja kufyetua, but magari zao hazirudi kwao na warudi na magari zao. Because huwezi niambia the whole miguu za gari 4-5 zikiharibika, they will still stay there knowing very well ati wamefyetua vile wamefyetua. So what we do ni ikifika jioni ama ikifika hiyo time tunajua wamereleasiwa na they are going to a specific area, hizo mbao mziweke on the right position on the road. Yeah, we only need mbao na nails, not much. Na mziweke in a strategic way whereby they can't see it. So that's the only way ya kumalizana na hii kila squad. Iwe ni big lorries coming in kutoka kwa ni au NYS ama ikuwe ni polisi hawa na hii mariamu zao, we do not care whatever hiyo ni kufunga tunafunga, because hawatafyetua the whole night and then watarudi nyumbani tutazipata itabidi wahepe because wanajua things are not going to be good if they are found there without the munition and the right things. That is my suggestion because we have only 2 minutes. But I've seen within the groups, these small groups which we are in, kuna moja ilikuwa imeinfiltratiwa na kuna watu wanakuja huko ndani kuongea juu ya ati Kenyans are the ones who are stealing. Tunagonga gongo na hizi maneno. You ask the person ati did you see a Kenyan steal? Yes. Did you take video? They do not even have a video. They do not have a photo, but wanakuja kusema kusingizia ni wa Kenya. Ati we just make it make sense. A goon anaingia anaiba anavunja a supermarket mlango, and then at Kenyans they come and steal. Make it make sense. It don't make sense. Na ukiangalia unaona mpaka the same there are other goons wenye wametumwa mpaka kwa hospitali, there are other goons wenye wametumwa kwa manyumba za residential areas, and mtu anakuja in his right mind anakuja kuambia Wakenya ati Wakenya wanaimba. We have to be very careful and we have to get these people out from the spaces as soon as possible, kwa sababu hao ni watu wametumwa kukuja kutusumbua na kufanya to feel guilty and using reverse psychology against us. So we know what is right. It's the government which is not following the constitution. It is not us, it is the government. So if they want us to negotiate, kwanza wasalimiane wao. Si baba yuko kwanza in the government na amesign MOU. Sasa ni nini tena anakuja kutuambia ati anataka tunamjoin aje na yeye ndio ako kwa government for heaven's sake. Sasa kama amesign MOU, kaa chini na huyo mzee muongee, mwambie hii MOU tulikuwa tumeagree, can we do this, then we are going to invite these other people pole once they see there is something happening. But he cannot just come and kutuambia how he feels, how he wants to, he couldn't come. Vitu za ujinga. Kenya yetu akikuwa na mashida na si mashida zetu, ni mashida za hao watu wakubwa, na sisi ndio tunaambiwa tuzitatue. Other people are saying that we have to invite these other politicians. What is making them not to come and join? Why should we be the ones to join them? This is the question that every sincere human being has to ask themselves. If they feel like right now it is so hot, either they vacate the kitchen, ama kama sivyo watengeneze pan, washikililie pan vizuri na watengeneze omelette. If they cannot, let them leave. That is the only minimum bearing that we have. Hakuna kitu kingine. I'm sorry to overwork myself. Sorry, Paul. Anyway, good night and thank you very much. And pole sana kwa all the families that have lost their lives. Seriously, it is not normal. It shouldn't have happened. It must not happen again. And we are not going to give up to make sure that this police brutality thing, hata your police force, itolewe kabisa. Thank you very much.
Asante sana Hannah. Thank you for the tips zenye umetupatia za how to keep safe. Nimeshtuka. Sharifa, the mic is yours. Sharifa, mama mimi ni Mkikuyu. Janet. Okay, Janet KE seems she's not ready to speak. Now we can go to the gents if we don't have any other ready. So we can go to Karomo, Narasji, Naruto.
Yeah, thank you, Wanjiru. Thank you very much. And you know, there is a moment in your life where you get to admit the truth. There is a time you can keep denying the truth about yourself, but one time it hits you suddenly, and you have to admit and accept, this is who I am. And I just want to say that we are the proverbial mouse that volunteered to put the bell around the cat's neck. And that story is normally incomplete because we do not know what happened to that mouse after it did what it did. But here we are. Do we go forward? Do we relent? I do not think we should relent. We should go forward. I want to caution everyone in this movement, especially in the aggravation for good governance, that those things you are hearing them talking, hii mambo ya ati we should call for dialogue, we should sit down and talk. Normally, when an oppressor knows that they are in control of using certain proper channels in quotes, they will try to force you or try to coerce you into using those channels, because definitely they will control you, definitely they will win without you knowing. I do not think mambo ya dialogue is on the table here, because when these guys were sworn in office, when they took the constitution and lifted that sword, they assured us that they are qualified to lead this country. But now what we are seeing, we are finding that they were not qualified. Actually, they were hooligans. They were the culprits in everything. Their footprints are in every corruption, every injustice in this country. So dialogue at this moment, I don't know what we are talking about. Everybody, if they can, anybody can read the constitution, and that's where the dialogue is. They are talking about waiting for 2027, that we should register and vote. But you remember, the other day we woke up to see our names missing from the IEBC register. We saw people being blocked from entering Nairobi, from coming back to Nairobi kule from Diani Summertide event. That is exactly what will happen during the elections, if they will come. You see, there are so many variables that zinahatarisha any of the future that these guys are recommending to us. So I do not think we should follow any advice, any correction that they are giving us, because at the moment we are setting precedent. We are setting a constitution, a writing that is not really written, that our children will follow, and their children after those children. We are setting this country straight, and there is no other moment that we can do this unless it is now. Kama si sasa, ni sasa hivi. I do not think there is any other moment in Kenya that will come that we will be able to set things straight. If we lose it this time round, it is gone and gone forever. But I know we will not lose it. I hear you talking about Saba. Saba means 7 days. I propose 14 days. I even propose the rest of the year, because after all, it's better to suffer for several months and enjoy for the rest of your life. Because right now you will go back home, maybe probably ati tumechoka ama kitu kama hiyo. We will suffer for the rest of our lives. What is several months? Why can't we sustain this thing every day? What is the worst that can happen? I know many of you here have been jobless before. Even if you have jobs now, you've been jobless before. And others who are jobless, you've had jobs before. What is the worst that happened? So we can sustain this thing for the rest of the year. Mimi, I'm volunteering to do that. And I think that is the right thing we should do. So my recommendation, my perspective on the way forward is we know there is no love in war. We know people are suffering. We have suffered ourselves. Kuna watu hand to mouth. Kuna mambo mingi inafanyika. There are businesses, watu wako na stock zimeharibiwa na mambo kama hiyo. But there is no love in war. So all these Kenyans, if they have been sleeping during this movement, I think it is time for them to wake up. Home sahi ni kusumbua. We are not supposed to relent on maandamano ama hata tuende break. Hakuna half time marai. Wacha kila mtu asumbuliwe. Mungu tu asaidie wale ambao wako chini sana. But we can't stop. There is no love in war. Wacha kila mtu asumbuliwe, the elite, the posh, the politicians, mpaka siku moja wenyewe waanze kutupigania sasa wenyewe. Waanze kuambia sasa serikali, you guys have to go. Because everybody, every day ni shida. Form sahi ni kusumbua na njia zote. Kama ni hizo chains, kama ni hiyo kwenda kusimama pale Parliament, tukae chini, kama ni hunger strike, anything, any weapon can be used now. Sasa the ground is open. And I just want to address, as I learned, there was a lady who was a bit, alikuwa na doubt mambo ya kukosa maybe a structure ama a direction when we are going to maandamano. I just want to tell her politely that this lack of direction that everybody is trying to tell us, you should have leaders, you should have what? That is what they know. That is their chess game. But we are playing chess with them on our chessboard. We do not have to transfer ourselves twende kwa ile strategies zenye wanajua. Those are old tactics. Hizo ndizo tactics zilitumika 1990s and uko nyuma. But suddenly, without us knowing, we have come up with a strategy that cannot be cracked. We are unpredictable. Hatujulikani itaenda lini, hatujulikani tunataka nini. Actually, that is the best part. There are government bloggers who are coming up with a certain narrative that watu wana protest hata ijulikani ni nini. Sasa ni good governance ama ni sha ama ni nini. Yani simseme ni nini. Hatusemi bwana, this is everything. We are protesting against everything. Because mukitu point up penye munataka, that is something, you have strategies to quell that na kumaliza hii movement. My friend, we are protesting against everything. Kila kitu. So let us sustain na msikufe moyo. Let us do this. This is the only right time that we can ever do this. Thank you. Thank you, Wanjiru. Thank you, Sonko. Thank you, Afrocentric.
Asante sana Karomo. That's G. Are you ready for Saba Saba?
I've always been ready. Confirm kwanza kama unasikia, ndio kama mic itafungua tena. You can hear me?
Nani, you got uko na scratches kiasi sijui, lakini saizi uko sawa.
Okay. Let me do something.
Na uko sawa sahi.
Sahi niko sawa. I think it was my headphones. And thank you so much, Afrocentric. Thank you, my fellow comrade KOT and Wanjiru. Mine is a message of encouragement. I can only tell the country that we are almost there. We are almost there. We are almost there. Let us not get discouraged. Any kind of message that comes up on these platforms, these are the only platforms they have not able to crack. If at all there was anybody who feels that this government has done the right thing, so far since we started contacting these forums on these platforms, only 1.2% wameshaijaribu kujitokeza hapa kuja kutuambia uzuri wa William Ruto. But so far, this is the only platforms they have not been able. And I'm appealing to everybody, if they will make the efforts to come and preach us the message of disunity, the message of hopelessness, the message of kutuambia tunauliwa, we need to go back. No. We long time decided we are going to die. In fact, some of us have already, we saw GNZ making eulogies, preparing themselves. So you are dealing with a generation that has already decided that if you're not going to fix the governance issue in the country, then they would rather die fighting for their country. Tonight, I want to speak on two people, Anjiro, and allow me. First of all, I want to speak to the political class in this country. As the country goes down, as the country goes to a level that you have been tasked before to rectify the ills and everything that this regime has done, and you have failed because you had been given the responsibility of oversight, representation, and making good laws for the country. But that one, kwa sababu mmeshindwa, the doors, these chaos will finally land at your doorsteps. I'm saying this because, Wanjiru, if we don't take this fight to the doorsteps of this political class, then wataendelea kutubeba kiufala. The likes of Pasaris, the likes of others, all those individuals, we are asking, and we are not even asking, the next course of action should be occupy their homes. That one we are saying black and white. Hapo tukielekea hapo, I think they will start listening. The next course should be there. The second people that I'm supposed to talk tonight is the small boys the regime has recruited and given Subarus. Some of them are here. Some of them have been tasked to come to platforms identify individuals. You can only ride on those Subarus for some time now. And William Ruto will give you tokens. I'm aware, we all know your salaries. We are aware that this system has set money aside for particular individual, for particular set of police, so that they can terrorize Kenyans. We have seen clips where they are even hooded, they are wearing a mask, they have a chain of command, they know whom to report to, and they are taking instruction from a particular person. I want to remind these young people of Kenya and Kenyans in general here. Some of you know these people. You know the officers that are working in those Subarus. Kindly help us identify them. Wamulike, let all Kenyans know. Because at some point in this nation, the sun will set. And when the dust settles, those are the people that the people of Kenya should go for. Those are the people. Hatuwezi allow inchi eti sasa umepata pesa, unalipa vijana fulani hapa na hapa. The same message should go to the goons. These goons, they have mothers. They are the sons to people. Kindly, these goons, to the young people, don't be used by political class. And to the political class, I'm talking to the people who went to Serena today to issue some statement. We need some kind of dialogue. We cannot be having dialogue in this nation year after year after year after year. No. The only dialogue that the country needs is the memoranda that we gave William Ruto last year on June. He has deliberately refused to enact on it. He has deliberately refused to honor it. And he will not use a leader whom has no control in Kenya. He does not speak for us anymore to come and distract us. So what we are simply saying, Nahana ameguzia hiyo kitu. To these boys, Subaru boys, let me concentrate there. Hawa ndio watu wakati tunaendelea na haya maandamano, we should make an agenda. An agenda should be on those people now. They have killed, they will continue killing, but I'm appealing. A good example can be set. Hannah, thank you for giving that strategy, and I can guarantee you that strategy will be implemented at some point. Hayo magari wanatembea nayo, those weapons that are walking, I strongly believe as Kenyans, we cannot just sit because it is evident watakukujia hata kwa nyumba ukikaa. We will have to go radical. We will have to implement. If we cannot get arsenals, then God help us, we will use whatever we have. But at least in the next journey or in the next maandamano, we know we have said it is 7 days. An example has to come from those people. They have done enough damage in Gong today. They have killed. Today they did not have any opportunity to arrest. What they were simply, it was to send a message of fear. Na walikuwa naua. We will have a strategy. I can guarantee you, Afro and Wanjiru. And the next strategy that we'll have, let me not talk. Thank you.
Asante sana Rasji. Na tunashukuru kwa the comments. Mambo imekuwa mengi, but we don't have a lady yet. Hey, Rabia. Na nasikia General China amekuwa hospitali, so General China pia you come and tell us ukoaje, hali yako ikoaje, and how are you coping with kizungu imeisha. So Rabia, if you're ready, the mic is yours.
Shukran sana Wanjiku. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Shukran sana na shukran pia Afro kwa hii space. Kwa kweli hizi spaces huwa ni sehemu muhimu sana kwa watu kutoa donge lao na pia maoni yao na pia kujaribu kueneza ile information ile tuko nayo. Kwangu sina mengi manake leo ni siku ya huzuni sana. Manake nimeona videos kwenye mitandao, watu wanajeruhiwa, wanaumizwa. Kisha nimeona pia statement ya kwamba kuna watu zaidi ya 500 washashikwa, wantiwa ndani, kuna baadhi ya watu pia wamepata kupoteza uhai, kupoteza maisha yao. Na hali kama hii, kusema ile ukweli, hatujawahi ona. Mimi mwenyewe kibinafsi sijawahi ona maisha yangu, yani kama nchi yote yatetemeka. So ni jambo la huzuni kwangu mimi, lakini napata pia kujipa moyo, manake nikiona watu bado wanazidi kutokezea, wanazidi yani kuongea kuhusu haya maovu, kuhusu mambo yenye si mazuri kwenye nchi, ni jambo la heri. Manake tukiwa tunanyamazishwa, naona hapo hatuna huru ya kuongea. It's not really such a good thing. Jana pia kuna habari niliona about the Kenya Human Rights Commission, akina mama wakiwa wanajiandaa kuongea kwenye media, na walipata pia kufikishwa au kusalimiwa na magoons, na hiyo issue imenitisha kiasi, manake as an environmental rights defender, I mean a network, na baadhi yetu huwa pia twapata vitisho, twapata pia yani kutingishwa hapa na pale, na Kenya Human Rights Commission ndio kipaumbele ya kutetea haki yetu kama binadamu, haki za binadamu, haki za wanyonge wenye labda huna ile nguvu, huna zile contacts ya kujisaidia nazo. And so when you find an institution like the Kenya Human Rights Commission being attacked in broad daylight, like, you know, not only was that scary for them, but it was scary for all human and environmental rights defenders across Kenya who really depend on institutions like the Kenya Human Rights Commission. It's like ni kama kutuma ujumbe, you know, it's like sending a message. Na I think people just need to read the room. Wakati ya hizi vitisho ni kama yameisha tayari, manake as we say, the fear is gone. Unajua saa hii watu wangapi leo wameongea? Nimekuwa kwa hii space tangu I think saa 3 ya leo jioni, na kila baada ya mtu mmoja watu wawili wakikuja kuongea kwenye hii space, na si hii space peke yake, kuna space nyingi bado yaendelea, na watu wakija kwenye space ile kitu tu twasikia ni we are ready to lose our lives for this country. And you know, tumefika hapo. I can tell you, I've been in the space of environmental rights defense for a long time, and many times ikiwa labda una narrate hizo vitu yenye labda umepitia, mitihani umepitia, vitisho umewaisikia, umewapata, you know, some of those incidents, especially for sisi kama wanawake, si madogo. And you find many people asking like, you know, aren't you scared? Aren't you scared? And the answer that I give is the cause is bigger than me. And I feel that so many Kenyans now across the country, wacha hata Nairobi, wacha hata Mombasa, Pwani, yani kila mahali kote, Wakenya ni kama hata si ile kuchoka. It's the cause is bigger than any individual. The cause is bigger than yourself. It's bigger than any individual. That's why people are ready, hata kama ni, you know, kupoteza uhai, watu wako tayari. And I think that there's a lot of power in that. There's a lot of strength in that. There's a lot of courage in that. But it also comes with a lot of obligations. Wajua leo nimeona hizi videos kwenye mitandao, akina mama walia kweli, manake washapoteza hata watoto wao. And I really wonder, wajua mtu akisema yeye ni mtu wa kanisa, kuna heshima fulani anabeba kwa mabega yake. A man of God, a man of the church, a church-going man, a God-fearing man. Ukisikiza maneno kama hizi, huyo mtu yani kuna heshima fulani huwa anafaa kubeba kwa mabega yake. But you really wonder, ikiwa hali iko hivi kwenye nchi yako, yatokota kila mahali, akina mama wanlia, washapoteza watoto yao, wengine hata hawajui hali ya watoto yao, watoto wako hai, hawako hai, wako salama, hawana usalama. You know, this kind of thing, it's such a dark, it brings like a dark shadow over the country. And yeah, I think those are my observations for now. I think there's a lot of power when you find a purpose and you find a cause that's really bigger than you. Again, it comes with a lot of courage. It comes with a lot of responsibility as well. But yangu kila mtu tuwe, yani we be, as we saying, be your brother's keeper. And I think earlier today I was also having a conversation on another group, and I said that unajua hata kama ni polisi au mtu ya serikali, hakuna mtu atakosa raia kwa familia yake. You know, there's this mentality, it's like a separation mentality of an us and them, like kuna raia na kuna polisi, but hata yule polisi kwa familia yake si imejaa raia, na hata raia kuna labda mtu kwa familia yake ni polisi. And I think that we need to find this nexus and bring some kind of unity, because again, the cause is bigger than all of us. Kenya ni yetu sisi sote. Ikiwa inatokota hivi, si jambo yenye inaleta furaha kwa mtu yoyote. I think there's not a single person who is happy today. No one is happy. Iwe ni nani au nani. No one is happy today. It's not a happy day. But maybe Tuesday ni Tuesday au vipi. So yangu ni hayo. Nimeshukuru kwa hii muda, na as always I'm really so grateful to Afrocentric for hosting these critical spaces where people can safely share their views and their observations, na tuzidi tu kuwa pamoja. Asante.
Asante sana Rabia, tunashukuru. Kiswahili imeenda shule na Kiswahili kitukuzwe. Thank you so much for your contribution. I guess nitatoka halafu ukuja kidogo, so if you're ready. But Ruto, twaje? Ruto, where are the abductees? The mic is yours.
Okay, thank you Wanjiru and kila mtu mwenye ameongea before. Sina a lot, I don't have a lot to say. I just have one thing. You guys, we can't continue living like this, and hatuwezi kuwa ati kila siku we have every day that a protest is anticipated, and or even if it doesn't happen, tunangojea tu tunapata watu wamekufa, we find, and we just continue on the next day like it's business as usual. We just do spaces like this as a routine, but kila kitu tu inarudi back to normal. We can't continue like that. So I'm here with tangible solutions. And the first one is, guys, kama uko kwa hii space, I know the hosts are saying it as a suggestion, but truly, shame on you if a small act like showing solidarity by just changing your profile picture is too big for you after everything tumeona leo. Shame on you if that's too much to ask from you. So that's the first thing. If you truly, like kama sahi, tuko hapa tu tunaongea, we are saying all these things, but even something as small as changing your profile picture is too much to ask, then shame on you, na atutaki business yako. Guys, for the next 24 hours, this should be the biggest agenda in Kenya. We already, nilikuwa streets 25th, and I was robbed by those goons. And I can tell you for sure, it does not matter how many people we are in those streets, if these people have, tunaweza kuwa 1 million, na wakwe to 1,000. But those 1,000, if they have guns, if they have weapons, there's nothing we can do. And that was the reality on 25th. Dealing with those goons it really opens your eyes to anyway what we are dealing with. I know people are seeing it on the timeline right now. Wanaona tu, wanasema tu, oh, this is so sad. Oh, sijui nini. But until umedeal na hao watu, you won't be taking things like, oh, yani, I'm just wondering, like, this is not business as usual, guys. And we need to demonstrate that. So this is my suggestion. For the next 24 hours, this is the biggest agenda in the country. Kila mtu, nataka tekwe breaking news internationally. Like, I don't even know why people are mentioning it as a suggestion. Ati, oh, please change your profile picture. Guys, let's kila mtu in Kenya, unless you are a goon or unless you are supporting Ruto, change your profile picture in the next 24 hours. And not just that, we have to push everyone else around us. Like every Kenyan has to change their profile picture. We need to do digital protests because they have refused for us to be in the streets. It is impossible. Wamekatiel freedom of movement, wamekatiel freedom of speech, wamekatiel hata ilikuwa gani Butere girls kufanya play. They have surveilled everything, wamesensor kila kitu, and they've wamechanged, like we can't do anything. So right now, the simplest thing we can literally do, and this will even inspire the international community to come and join us, in terms of like, because it's just changing a profile picture, you guys. Like by the time namaliza kuongea, it's me. I'm just wondering. Tomorrow, not even tomorrow, today, tonight, pressure all your Instagram influencers, TikTok influencers, Twitter influencers, ata WhatsApp. This should be the next biggest thing that's happening in the country. Kila mtu a change profile picture yake to this, unless you are in support of this government, or unless you're in support of Ruto, or unless you're a goon, or unless you are a beneficiary of this system and you refuse to join the rest of us, then you have no reason not to change your profile picture. So that, like, that's all I have to say, you guys. Like that's you are just stuck kuongea sijui juu ya watu kama hauchange profile picture yako, we tumejua by the next 24 hours tunakucancel. If you see a picture, a tweet from someone who's not by the hata LinkedIn wafikiwe kila mtu. This is the biggest agenda right now, like all eyes on Kenya, and this is the one way we'll do it. Ukiona mtu hata ametweet na hata kama amesema sense aje na hana hii profile picture, usimfollow, usilike, usi engage, we hata unaweza muibia hiyo tweet we mwenyewe. Just don't engage. Like right now, kila mtu who identifies with the movement has to do it loudly and boldly. Hakuna cha in between. I've just seen Savara right now on the timeline being cooked juu ya kutuma pasi juu ma heartbreak emojis. But like, kama hausemi Ruto must go, wezi kuja tu hapa to try and fence it and just like virtue signaling. Ati unaonyesha people you're with them, but huwezi sema what it is you want to say. Hakuna. Sai, guys, next 24 hours, in fact, by 9 a.m., the whole country should have this profile picture. WhatsApp, kila mahali, please. That's all.
Hey, okay. Shukran. Guys, I hope umesikia. So, guys, first of all, I want to thank you for joining us tonight. Yeah, it's not easy bana kwenda kuprotest alafu pia kuja kuspend time here analyzing what really happened on the streets. And so kama hauja retweet space, sasa acha mimi niwaambie continue retweeting, because when you retweet the algorithm ina peak and then people will be joining. Otherwise mtu ako na profile picture kama yangu uniambie ni kufollow. Yeah, I'm going to follow everybody who has my profile picture yenye tumeweka hapo. So if you also want to have good following, kindly do the same, because that's what is going to help us to ensure that we do digital protests and even ground protests. So mimi naenda kuwapatia microphone, and my priority will go to the following individuals, and Benson, and then kuna Fahan Patel. Benson, jambo.
Jambo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, for me, I think I will just take 2 minutes. And first of all, I think I will use this analogy. When somebody is looking for money and probably you want to become rich, you hardly know whether you have gotten rich. It's other people who notice. And it's the same here. As we embarked on this process of civil disobedience, which is enshrined in our constitution and is guaranteed. It's not that we are operating outside the constitution. We are empowered and privileged and protected by the same constitution that they are also trying to claim that they are abiding by. As we do all these, it is hard sometimes to see the progress once we are in the movement. But well, you are outside, probably from Uganda, from Tanzania, from Rwanda, from South Africa, from Nigeria, from China, from US, from England, you understand the publicity Kenya is having. It is big. Like today, CNN was airing, MSBC was doing it. And I want to encourage all of us by saying we are achieving a lot. We may not believe it. And I'm using that analogy that when you are looking for money and you want to be wealthy and rich, hardly would you know that you have become rich. It's other people that notice. And I will tell you, what we have done in Kenya will be written in the books of history. It will be studied. It is being studied as we speak. Nigeria is a big country. It's a big democracy, but they cannot do a third, even an eighth of what we have done. South Africa have tried it. Even America, right now, they are in arms and they are on the street. They cannot do what we have done. And this is a phenomenon that is very unique. So first of all, to Kenyans, everywhere they are, congratulations. You are doing immense. You are doing well. We are doing well. What we witnessed today, first of all, I was a bit bothered because the weather wasn't good, and because we had demonstration last week, it was kinda. I was like, will people really respond to this? But I can tell you, the government has seen something they have never dreamt that was coming, because they blocked Nairobi city, and by the effect was they put the demonstration to the satellite towns, and if that is going to be the strategy, the demonstration in the towns in Kitengela, in Kiambu, in Kawa, in all those satellite towns are going even to be bigger than what they are trying to prevent in the city. Lastly, I want to say this. I have studied this government and I have looked at what they have been doing. And one of the things that I have seen is that they are frightened right now. I am sure there is even some unconfirmed intelligence from people that there are people who are even convincing government to the president to resign. And I agree there could be that kind of effort. But there is one shield, one human shield that is remaining between us, because the police, as bad as they are, there are voices amongst them which have come out and clearly indicating dissenting voices. That is commendable and that is very encouraging. There is one more human shield that is remaining to this government. And Ruto knows that this human shield I'm using is the one that is going to keep me up to 2027 and probably give me another term. And that this human shield is the member of parliaments. They are acting. They may not know, but Mr. Ruto has positioned them between us and between the people and him. And these are their surrogates. And when he finally goes, because he will go, we will have a chapter to deal with his enablers. We will have a chapter to deal with these rogue policemen, with these goons. We saw him going around Nairobi with goons before the goons right now the goons have become part of his central government. And so these members of parliament who are clearly supporting him, even when he is on the wrong, they need to receive our message. And our our enshrined right in the Constitution to demonstrate and to show civil disobedience must be cascaded to them. And that is what to say. If 2, 3, 4, 10 members of parliament come face to face with civil disobedience in the doors of their homes, in their offices, the human shield between us and the person who is destroying this country is going to wear. And they are the same people that are going to rush to that parliament and impeach him before we find them. And they are counting days, and they know if we don't deal with them in 2027 or 2026, whenever we are going to have the elections, they are going to decamp from him, and then they are going to sing our song, and so we are going to elect
Wind
them.
up. You have a lot of speakers. Just wind up.
So thank you so much. Let me wind up by saying, guys, let's not look at what we haven't done. Let everybody be encouraged. Let everybody know that we are doing extremely well. We have done this. It has never been done. Since the time of COVID, we have never had the city empty. Today we had it empty, and we are doing well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Benson. I had queued a guy here. I don't know where he is, but since I can't see him, let me give it to Dosh and then to Sanyamari because I can see their hands up. Just 2 minutes, guys. Tuko na request nyingi sana, over 100.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay. Today was a Sunday. Yes, you can you hear me? Can you hear me? Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. So I was saying, I'll try and make it as brief as I can. You see, the strategies that Ruto is using, many strategies against us. He has about 6. He's using the tribal card, the 41 versus 1. He's using goons now to disrupt the protests. He's using the one term. Believe it or not, he's using one term to his advantage because he wants to delay everything. We don't know what he has planned for 2027. So one term is being pushed by Ruto himself, even by they're saying the so-called Gen Z leaders, university leaders are calling for national dialogue as well to discuss the issues. That is a waste of time. These are the strategies that Ruto is using. He's using many. How many strategies do we have? We're using one, and that one is going to the streets and Maandamano. I think we need to add one more, and I'm happy that there's a previous speaker who mentioned it. This one of the MPs. I've also posted something on the comments. Maybe you can just have a look at it. We need to apply pressure to these MPs. We can get these people to impeach this president on our behalf. We don't even have to go to the streets. If we use that strategy properly, we can get these guys to marshal their numbers and go up there and actually impeach him on our behalf. We cannot rely on going to the streets every other day. We need to go. We need to voice our concerns. We still need to go to the streets, but we need to go. We also need to use the MPs to impeach this man. I think it's doable, and it's a very practical approach. We're not telling them to cook any charges. I mean, the guy has violated the Constitution. We're actually following the Constitution. Article 145 is clear. Gross violation of the Constitution, gross misconduct. They are like, how many counts? 30, 40 counts of gross violation of the Constitution. So what we'd be doing is just making these guys go there, wapeane motion, what to vote. Someone had already said that. I'm just seconding what he's saying. I'm just putting more pressure on that. I think we really need to take that seriously. We have signs that this works. Last year, how many MPs apologized after June 25th? There were text messages. They stood in Parliament. They stood in Senate. Aaron Cheriot stood in Senate and apologized for 10 minutes. He didn't apologize because he cared. He apologized because of the calls he was receiving. His wife, his kids. We need to go back there. Radical. Tuwapigie simu, especially, and you guys, you have to do me a favor. I want the person to raise that motion to be Esther Passaris. It has to be Esther Passaris. She has to be the one to raise the motion to impeach Ruto. And they will vote. Watu wa huyu jamaa, ikishafika Senate, we follow up with the senators. Hata wao wapitishe. That's my contribution. I'll just tell everyone who has lost someone, Lenny, this fight, we're not giving up. We have to keep going. And change your profile picture, tafadhali. Okay, that's it for me.
Okay, thanks so much, Dosh. Tunashukuru sana. Huyo Passaris, by the other day I told you guys that Passaris, she has a lot of villagism in her head in such a way that nowadays she doesn't reason, honestly. Anyway, tutaona tu venye tutamtafuta. She needs to serve as an example. Amicus, we have 2 minutes.
Yes, good evening, everyone. I've been following the live and I do not want to take much time. I just want to sensitize on some key issues. One is what we observed today is something that is really scary, something that should not happen in our country. It is a playbook that has really worked well in a country within our region that we really do not have time for in our country. It is backwardness, it is oppression, it is all sense of illegality. So whatever we can do to stop it before it starts, the better. The same effort that we put on the street, we should also put the same effort in letting the international world understand that Kenya is an active crime scene. Whatever is happening around is illegal, and they should really keep keen observation to what is happening here. And also, we should also let them understand that any support channeled to Kenya does not help Kenyans. Whatever the donors channel towards supporting the real population in Kenya do not help Kenyans. I think that is the only way. That's the only way we can do to popularize our march towards getting good leadership, and also towards getting proper planning in our governance. I do not have much more to add on that. Thank you.
Hey, okay, thank you so much. Guys, just an update. Some of you might think that he profile photo tunatumia is just maridadi. Hey, I can see Barack Obama's sister, that is Obama. Yeah, she just updated her profile to look like what we are having here. So guys, we can do this because it also sends some message. You guys, I just wish you understood how powerful digital activism is, because hii kwenda kwa street yote, it begins with digital activism. So we can do that, guys. Nyamari, uko na dakika 2 bana.
Thank you so much. My sentiment will not be far away from what my fellow colleagues have said about using attacking these parliamentarians
Like today Osoro amepost kitu ingine hapo inaudhi sana. Let me just try and get it and read what Osoro amepost. Yani hata feel anything. He just said that siku imeisha, business destroyed, jobs lost, then kesho ni 8th July. Ni nani rais by the way? Okay, besides wizi, what was today's protest about? And then akaendelea akasema, somebody akamjibu akamwambia, we shall occupy your home, keep on chest thumping. And then akamjibu, when? Osoro akamjibu akasema, when? Tembea kwangu na sack ya kubeba mwili yako. Lazy generation. Fanya kazi, wacheni ujinga. Nobody owes you nothing. Guys, mnaweza sikia response ya Osoro ni kama wanaona, guys, there is nothing we are capable of. Wamesahau last year. I think it's a high time that tuanze kusalimia watu. So that tuache talk mingi na vitu zingine, we start putting that into action, because tukianza kuwa visit na kuwasalimia proper, I think they will heed to our demands. Number one, the president amepata save heaven because anajua MPs ndio wanamprotect. And then these MPs wenye wanasema tu wako na sisi, atu wanatusupport, we need to compel them. Hata mmoja apeleke motion parliament ya mtu because ame violate constitution like today. Article 39 ame violate kabisa, the one that gives people the right of movement. So that if one MP takes this motion to parliament, and then when you what have vote against the motion, wahame Kenya. I know we can do this. For today's it was a success. It was a lockdown, economic sabotage by the government. But let's hashtag now inafaa kwanza kutrend ni hashtag occupy MPs homes until waimpeach jamaa ende nyumbani. Thank you so much, and condolences to the family members of our comrades who have slept today. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you so much, Mari. Don't give up, bana. Don't give up. Can we have Shiko and then can we have Shiko, then Murimi, and then we can have Ben in that order, 2 minutes each. Shiko?
Hey everyone. Unanisikia?
Yes, nakusikia.
Okay, asante. Leo mimi nimepigwa matia gas na kila kitu, but I wanted to say history was one of my favorite subjects in shule. But mwalimu wangu haku to warn that come 2025 ni sisi tutakuwa maumau tukifight for what we want, what is right for us. I mean, everybody who goes to the street, hata kama unafanya maandamano online, I want you to know that we are the heartbeat of this nation awakening. I mean, since July 2024, we have stood strong in the face of fear, oppression, na unimaginable loss. Yani courage yetu, yani tuna march for the justice, demanding accountability and fighting for a better Kenya. I mean, that's so heroic. Now, I'm so proud. I'm so proud to be Kenyan. I'm so proud to be part of this generation. They have tried to silence us with the bullets, but our voice could grow louder. They have tried to break our spirit with the violence, yenye wanatutumaniana, but our unity, it'll grow stronger. Each life yenye tume lose, I want to say it's not in vain. Their names will echo in the history as the seeds of change. We are fighting not just for ourselves, but for the generation to come, for a Kenya where leadership serves for the people, where justice si privilege, ati watu wengine ndio watoto wa Mungu, sisi ni watoto wa lesser God. We want a Kenya where justice is for everyone and every youth can dream without fear. I don't want any one of you to feel alone. I think the world is watching. I have some of my relatives wako Germany, walikuwa nasema, yeah, the world is watching. People are talking about it. It's sad. Kenya was once this country yenye ungeambia mtu umetoka Kenya anakuona wow, like umetoka in a, I don't know, I can say like a dream country. But sasa hizi tuko Kenya yenye they are just killing. They are killing our people. Yani in almost circles, they are killing the young men. Mi nimelia leo, like when one of my cousins, they were leaving kwenda maandamano, akatushow, hey Shiko, if nisiporudi mtaangalia mamangu. And then you were like, ameendaje peke yake, anatuachaje hapa? And we had to follow him tukaenda pamoja. It's sad. Kwanza they are going for the young ones. Wakiua wanaume wote, nani atatuoa? Wakiua wanaume wote, the young men, we need to build a nation. I don't know what will happen, but I'm ready to go out tomorrow. I'm ready to fight for a good Kenya. Now, if we don't, because hakuna mtu anajua, ukienda kwa hiyo street, you don't know if you're coming back home. But the beauty about it is that hata kama hutarudi, you know that in future, watu wenye watabaki watakuwa na better Kenya, which is no longer inaruliwa na just some few people. Akina Mudavadi, akina Ruto, hiyo group yote, wote waende home. Asanteni, everyone. Asanteni, nimemaliza.
Okay, shukran sana. So nani alikuwa next? There is a girl alikuwa next. But anyway, I can see Ben, your hand is up. Hey Ben, yuko unanisikia? Ben kama bado ana Okay, Patel. Hey Ben can't hear me. Patel can't hear me. Odero, can you hear me?
Patel, Ben.
Yes, so I can hear you.
Okay, just proceed, Odero.
Okay, 2 minutes. I'll be done by 0021. To start with, the Madara Christopher Kayando. I'm a youth leader and also an activist within the city. I've been in the front line for activism campaigns and also the demonstrations against the Ruto regime. Now, let me say, since 2023, actively on the streets. In 2023, I was very much supportive in the Azimio protest. We did a lot of sweep, search and rescue sweep, mobilization. 2024, I was almost killed. And we did a lot of sweep. I did a lot of sweep and rescue, a lot of journalists that I saved with my team. And I also mobilized a number of them into the streets. That was last year. And this year, we also did a lot during mobilization and a lot. I want to put across 3 points, which I think are very vital. Number one, the people that we're fighting with are these are not people who are ready to argue intellectually. These are people who are ready to argue emotionally. So we don't have the time to go and debate with them the constitution. We are in a battlefield. These people are not ready for any intellectual conversation. These people are not ready for any constitutionalism. These people are ready for war. And I don't think there's any one of us who is still waiting for a Nobel Peace Prize. If they are telling us to go to the battlefield, we should face them at the battlefield. In short, bwana hii kitu tuweke kwa vita. I'm not seeing us winning this war peacefully. Let us just go violent, fully violent. We can get artillery if we need. We just have to get to the battlefield, ready for war. It is a shoot, stone, mawe, kama ni chuma, kama ni bunduki, kama ni gune, tutatafuta. As long as this thing, we win it. Ruto is not going to give it out easily. We have to go in there fully ready for war and balance. Number two, Ruto is not ready to change. That is my second person. Yakening goes is someone that I've known. He has been a very close friend to my family since 2009. I saw him. He came to our home in 2009 when he came to launch some agricultural projects when he was the Minister for Agriculture. So he's someone that I've known over time. And I told those who were campaigning for him, the guy you're supporting is not going to change. You might think that it's going to change in time soon. Tabeyakening goes, he cannot change. I know him in and out. So it's not going to change. Number three, is not going to leave power without shedding blood. And I know he's someone who can even kill his wife because of power. He's even ready to sacrifice his entire family because of power. So if you're not ready to take that truth, literally, we just have to think otherwise. If you're ready to sacrifice, because we are very much ready to sacrifice our life for the country, so we must just be ready to take this guy violently. If we can discuss around that direction, I'm very much sure we're in the right place. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Marcos, acheni kupandisha watu bila uniform. This is very simple. This is a radical, very radical space. We are calling for Ruto to go. Ruto must go. And you can't say you're coming to the street if you can't even change your profile picture. We can't trust on you to walk into bullets if you can't change your profile. If your brand, your platform is so important and you cannot side with the people in terms when injustice is on the street. Impunity that starts at State House, at the executive, is now the rule of the day. We went to the streets when Albert Ojwang they came for him in Homa Bay. They brought him to the streets and we went to the streets to ask that Eliud Lagat be arrested. He's not above the law. The police responded with excessive force, killed Boniface Kariuki. And what they are doing, we understand what they are doing. Because our protests are peaceful. We are carrying the flag. We are patriotic. We are asking for constitutionalism. We're asking for the rule of law to be followed. We're asking for accountability and good governance and transparency. We are on the street demanding a good Kenya, that the leaders we elected, that they represent us. And they have resorted to what? Hire goons, loot, rape women, come to our homes, kill us. They want us to respond with pure emotion. So I like this suggestion that we have to go to the MPs' homes and eat with them. We are going there peacefully. 100,000, we are coming there to talk to you and tell you why are you killing us? Why are you not moving a bill of no confidence against Ruto? Bona Ruto ameingiza kwa mfuko. Bona mnaongea na kiburi. Bona mnasema hakutakuwa na elections 2027. Are you testing the ground? You can't hide behind bullets. You can't hide behind the gun. We are more than you. Na saini saba bila break. Kesho tuko streets. Tuesday is Tuesday. Please change your profile picture. This is serious. Blood is being spilled. We are going to amplify this message until it is caught by the national media houses. Then it is shot around the globe internationally. They need to understand there is a crisis in Kenya. Tomorrow is not business as usual. When fear, we are threatened, so you can be fearful. And when you're fearful, you become silent. And when you're silent, that is when they rule with an iron fist. We must be a different generation. We must speak truth to power. Our flag calls upon us. Higher. Change your profile picture. Who was next, KOT?
I think it was Ben. I can see his hand is up. Ben, can you hear me?
Yo, KOT.
Yes, vipi.
Fiti. So I hope you can hear me. Yeah?
Yep, loud and clear, bana. 2 minutes.
Yeah, 2 minutes. So for me, kitu ya kwanza, as everyone is suggesting here, kama bado huja change profile, please. Let's change the profile. You at least kuwe na mume mmoja jue nani tuko nao, nani hatuna. So guys, for me, today it was vividly clear that this is not a peaceful thing. Leo I was able to walk some of the roadblocks zenye ziko zimewekwa. Ya kwanza pale Doni na hapo Allsops, na I saw those guys were really serious. Zile bunduki mebeba ni kama Al-Shabaab mwanzeo ati wanakuja hapo bana. I was so shocked kujua ni just peaceful Kenyans mtu mwenye ako na flag peke yake na maji ndio amegojewa na bunduki kama hizo. So guys, this is not as usual. So guys, let's team up, let's come together, let's work together. Those IT techs guys, tufanye mambo hizo, wakitokea wanatumia wakicommunicate pia majamaa, we can do something about that pia. So the tech team, please guys, tupatane mahali, we can talk, we can suggest some things, some ideas, na pia nimesikia some good ideas pia hapa. Hizi Subaru zinakuja kupiga watu marisasi pia, we can do something about them. I know some of them might be here, snitches wengi wanaweza kuwa kwa hapa wakitusikia, but guys, Kenyans wameamua, today it's me, tomorrow it's you. Na to the officers, mimi naweza sema not all of your family members are in the government ama they're working for the government. Some are business people, some maybe wana masoko, some wana maduka, na whatever we are going through pia wanapitia. So whatever ukienda kufanya familia msee ndiye ya next, ujue pia wewe yako is next pia. So you're not immune to whatever you're doing to children's people. So guys, let's continue with the movement. Saba Saba ni 7x7, so si ati ni siku moja. Kaende guys, na wengi wanasema it's not peaceful as normal. So hii shinani gani ya kusema oh you're peaceful what hakuna. Because no sasa wamechukua the idea of guns which are very ruthless. So next time tukipatana na tukao washughulikie proper. Wacha waende wapige story huko venye maybe walishikwa wakanyoroshwa. So wengine wataingiziwa baridi. So na the other tactic wanatumia ni history ya kutry the tribal route, the tribal thing yenye ilikuwa inatumia ile enzi ya kina Kenyatta, kina Moi. So guys, sisi ni wase wa young, we're intelligent, wase wamesoma, we know what we need. We know what this country needs. So tusiende in that line. Many people are talking kina Osoro and the bunch. So for us, let's not dive into that discussion. To focus, tuendelee kufocus. The government gimmicks wata come up with many titles, with many stories, and with many things to say. But for us guys, let's focus. This is our war. This is our fight. Kenya ni yetu. Kenya ni home. Hakuna kitu kingine tunaweza enda. So guys, pigania hii Kenya yetu. Will be written in the history books. Kuna mtu amesema alikuwa anapenda history akiwa high school. This is a history being written. Like the way tunasomanga story ya Mau and the rest. This is a history being written guys. So let's fight. And kuna mtu pia amesema hapa hivi. Huyu jamaa haezi ondolewa na elections. Haezi ondolewa na elections. Ameprove that today vividly. So guys, let's fight till the end. So vita ni yangu, vita ni yako. Na pia majirani tupendane, tusiingiziane hiyo uadui. Juu ukikosa unga, jirani yangu mimi sitakuja kuuliza ni mkabila gani. Wewe ni jirani yangu, tunasaidiana mimi na wewe. Huyo kiongozi yako huko anasema sijui nini, yeye ako kwa chopa juu hata ajui zile shida tunaweza kuwa tunapitia kama wa Kenya. So guys, let's unite. Let's move this movement together. Kenya unaweza fanya, usaidie movement, fanya. Kama nikupeana maji, kama kufanya nini, we just fanya. Na yeah, we shall go. That's all. Afro, Coyote, back to you guys. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ben. Tuendelee kuzidi bana, kujipea moral. At the end of it all, tutashinda. You can see we have a visitor here. Pazienza, hi. Ujambo.
Hi, hello. So I
Yes,
wanted to ask a question. I wanted to understand the 77 numbers hashtag. I wanted to understand what it meant. Is it 77 NI numbers? I think it's a hashtag that is attached to the Ruto Must Go hashtag. I wanted to understand that. I also wanted to understand the political structure in Kenya, and if I could get a debriefing on what happened in the protest as well, so that I'll be well informed when I'm making the tweets in support of your ongoing protest. So yeah.
Okay. Just hold on there. I hope I will try to explain to you Yeah, well, of course, the hashtags are just to we use them to do mobilization. So they don't have that deep meaning, but the deep meaning is to ensure that we're getting numbers. So that 77 or Saba Saba. Saba Saba, it's a Swahili word, and so we had to use the figures, which is 77. 77 in numbers, it means on Saba Saba we need numbers to go to the streets. Yeah. So just hold on there. I think we'll come to you later on when other guys have submitted. And of course, you will have to listen to them keenly, and then you'll notice what exactly happened on the streets today. So keep Rotich.
Your 7th is the 7th month, which is June. 7th is the 7th day. So that was yesterday. So we were calling out on that day. We were making a day that this 7/7, we are going to have a massive nationwide protest. And then the secret for us to be successful in our protests, we need numbers on the street. So it's a Swahili word, 7/7. Saba Saba ni numbers, or Siri ni numbers. So Saba is Swahili for Saba Saba, and also there's a historical connotation towards Saba Saba Day. It was the day when, under Moi rule of our president, there was one-party system in Kenya, and we had opposition leaders have a meeting, an opposition meeting at Kamkunji grounds. It's our grounds, and the then regime under Moi cracked down and killed so many protesters. So Saba Saba became enshrined in our consciousness and in our history as Kenyan people. And that's when the people stood up to tyranny. So Saba Saba, we always celebrate Saba Saba every year. So this year, we find ourselves under the same yoke of oppression, but under Ruto. So you were saying on 7/7, Saba Saba, we are taking to the streets again to fight the tyranny that is bringing us back, which is regressing our democratic rules. So Saba Saba, the secret is numbers. We need numbers on the streets because the government has guns, they have bullets, and we can only overpower them when we are many of us on the streets. They can't kill all of us. They cannot kill all of us, although they have cracked down. They have given new Subarus and new Kalashnikovs, AK-47s to the police. They have like a militia, and they're going from estate to estate, and they're killing people. They're killing people and hiding bodies. So we are pushing that hashtag to share videos, to share pictures, so we can share with the international community. So these leaders, one day they will face justice. They can. Power is transient. They think they are trying to transform Kenya into they want to be like dictators. There's a dictatorship that they want to bring over the country, but we are saying no. So please help us with the hashtags. Thank you for joining the conversation. We know a victory in East Africa will also translate to a victory in West Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you as well.
Okay. So Kiprotich, I think
However, I would like to say something about
Ngetich your microphone. Just drop, then come back. You can just refresh your account, and then you request nitakupatia microphone. Don't worry. Okay. Bwana, mjanisaidia kuteremsha watu waliongea kitambo jamani. Just sing the same guys. Ombeta.
Yes. Hello team, mnanipata?
Yes, tunakupata.
Sasa hello, mnanipata?
Yes, just proceed.
Okay, sasa kwa maandamano ya leo wazee watu wengi wameaga. Na tukiendelea kusema tu ikuwe peaceful itakuwa. Mimi kwangu kwa pande yangu ningesema Occupy wamempi. Kwanza Silvana Sosoro umeona Kenya ametweet wakiwa na Moses Kuria. Tusiwangoje, wacha tuwakute. Sababu Mi nimeenda kutoka leo ikarudishwa, sikuenda CBD, but huku home wameua watu, so si peaceful anymore. Nikimalizia, watu wavae suti za simple as that. Asanteni sana.
Shukran. I hope kila mtu anasikia. We put on our armor. So let's have this guy called Doom. Bernard.
Yes. Mnanisikia?
Yeah, tunakusikia.
Okay. Mimi nataka kuongelea some 4 issues zenye nimeona. One, today has been a very bad day. Really bad, eh? Tumepoteza wasee wengi sana. And based on my observation, I don't think Ruto is ready to go, not even through the elections. Huyu jamaa ameamua kukuamilia na tusipo act fast, huyu jamaa hakuna mali tutampeleka to 2027. So we need to work out venye tutamtoa before even hiyo 2027. One, unakumbuka 2017, there is a time he was saying he slapped Uhuru just because Uhuru was ready to relinquish power after hiyo verdict ya nini. So if this guy was fighting that hard na alikuwa DP, now what about when he's the president? So that is one issue. Then the other thing concerning the Subaru guys, kuna dem alisema tu waweke msumari, and I think that's a good idea. In addition, nilikuwa nafikiria pia, because hawa majamaa hakuna mali huwa waingii, wanaweza fika places kama Embakasi, see those machums ambazo zinakuaga side ni manyumba ndefu, and you see people even taking cameras from above. Instead ya kuchukua camera, just look for a stone and drop it. Those guys, ukiwaangushia niko sure hawatataka, na hata wakipanda juu watakuja kutafuta nani. After all, nyumba iko na wasee wengi, they cannot arrest an entire building. The other thing ni kuhusu history ya Haiti, because you see whatever is happening in Haiti is no different from what is happening in Kenya, because I think even Kenya it's even worse because it's government driven. Unapata the Subaru boys are acting like real gangsters. They are killing mercilessly. They don't even have any need of humanity. I just saw a picture of somebody, a video of someone being pulled like a stray dog. Venye mbwa inagongagwa na gari kwa barabara inavutwa ikitupwa kando. I cried for the first time as a man. Ukiona mwanaume akilia, just looking for it was hard, it was bad. But I don't think there is anyone in this government who is ready to see and see the justice happening for these people. I don't think there is anyone who will even push to see these guys get justice, because they are all in it. And you see, one thing we need to do is to eradicate all these politicians, because tukisema who should join us because he's fighting the same war with us, that's bullshit. Because in one way, wataingia hapo, and then even if we get power afterwards, they will start fighting among each other, and we'll go back to where we were. We will start the same wars, tribal wars, because that is what they feed on. So I would suggest, hata huyu jamaa watu wanashinda wakiongelea story ya Matiang'i, that guy is backed by the World Bank, and we know the foreign powers are all behind these people, and they are the reason as to why we are where we are. No matter what we do, as long as the person we get next into power is powered by the World Banks and those international financial institutions, be sure we still end up the same place we are today. Because their interest is not to see the progress of the people. Their interest is to ensure that a country is enslaved in poverty and will forever belongs to borrow from them. That's all they want. And if I think Matiang'i just came from being a World Bank worker or something, or I don't know, MMF or something. But what I know is they are backing him. And as long as they are backing him, he is one of them, and he will still feast on us. As we speak, they are campaigning for I don't know what this called, immunization. I think since I was young, I've never heard of a typhoid immunization. All those are bullshit. But all in all, we think we need to keep on fighting. We need to come out in number tomorrow and see that we can maintain this war for a whole 1 week, I'm sure Kasongo will move and we will get him out on one of these fine days. Anyway, good night.
Okay, have a good night too. So let me give it to Paul Ochola. Guys, just take some like 2 to 3 minutes because we're almost winding up. We've been here for almost 6 good hours. Ochola.
Thank you guys so much. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Thank you so much. So today, the first video that literally made me so angry was ilikuwa video ya plainclothes officers mass shooting some people. I think it was in Ngong. And I was just sitting there and watching. And I could see there are people just shouting and people saying, oh, anaua, anaua, but there's no one who's doing anything. And I got really angry. I even stopped using social media for that period until now when I saw it posted on NGC. And then now I just came to this session that we're having. I saw that we are wearing uniform. I immediately wore the uniform and took the screenshot of the uniform and sent it to my WhatsApp. Because let me tell you, there's a lot of people who are on our WhatsApp that don't even know what is going on. We can post on social media that those people are not even on social media. But I just posted that and I've had like several retweets and reposts on several WhatsApp statuses, and people are flooding my inboxes and people are now becoming aware. So the first thing we should do is take that uniform, post it on your WhatsApp so that the local people, your parents, the people from Ushago, they can see. It will really, really help us to keep the movement going, and people will start relating to that image, just like we've seen in other strategies that we've used. Next, we need to tell our MPs that we know what they are doing, and you're seeing them and they're doing nothing. So it's time to remind them, not just to call them and tell them. We need to remind them very deeply so that they know that we are the ones who put them there, and right now we need them to work. But we know most of them have been bought and they are not doing anything that we want, so we need to remind them. Lastly, I'm just here to thank you guys because the movement has been kept alive by the 1,300 people that are in this live. The 1,300 people that are listening right now that are going to tell the stories. You are the guys who are keeping the movement going. So let's keep on doing this because this man is one time and he's gone forever. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Ochola. So to the remaining speakers, kindly just adhere to these. We have less than 15 minutes on this page, so just give us your final submission in 2 minutes and then tuendelee na shughuli zingine. FUCK William Ruto, jambo.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
So, as you said, I'll just keep it really short, though I have a lot to say, but nimejam vibaya sana, but sisi wote tumejam. I think the only one thing nita highlight sai ni we shouldn't let Ruto walk away from this without a tag on his name. This is an actual massacre and a prolonged one na imeendelea sana. Na we just need to put a label on it. Hata kama itaitwa the Ruto massacre, and it needs to be remembered over time. Let people know that he's a fascist here and everywhere else around the world. Ndo asiende kulambana huko nje na asijaribu kulambana huko. And you think this is something you'll escape because you're in a better place or you're middle class or mnaishi mashinani ama huko. Mama yangu anaishi Kajiado sijui wapi. Niambie mbona watu wamefika huko. Itakupata mahali huko. Jam. Let's put a label to that name. Isijaribu kupotea. Na guys hapa wenye mko, mkiambiwa eka hiyo DP, weka hiyo DP kwa sababu digital activism is a lot, and this is someone who's going to be enabled by very external powers. Na hakuna mtu anatujali huko nje. Mumeona Palestine, mumeona Sudan, mumeona Somalia, ni sisi wenyewe tutajipigania. My main point is let's label him asitoroke nayo. Let us remember using his stupid name And on top of that, usijaribu kufikiria uko sawa. Itakupata mali uko. Kwa nyumba, nje, itakupata mali uko. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. There is this guy who just commented here. It was earlier on, alikuwa anasema, guys, can someone follow closely Kikuyu? News reaching me is people are being killed and taken to a known location by police. Yeah, so anybody who is in Kikuyu, kindly just reach out to me because nimepata that information pia. It was so earlier on, but I see there is someone who commented here and Flo, you followed. You followed. I mean, you followed that story. So kama uko Kikuyu, kindly just reach out ndio tujue what is happening there. Okay. Tutapanga tulitenga. Jambo. Hii Afro jamaa ananisikia kweli?
Tunakusikia.
Okay. Kiprotish.
Chabo Masanja. Tulipanga tulitenga. Mnasahau jina zenu? Haya.
Good evening. Good evening, guys.
Come close to the mic, please. Kiprotich, we can't hear you. No. Msem True, go ahead as Kiprotich fixes his mic. Msem True. Dan. Skeletor.
Yeah. Can you hear me,
Go ahead.
guys?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. So thank you so much for all the speakers that have spoken before me. And my condolences to all the fallen heroes. It has been a sad day. And I just want to say, my message goes to those people who are still supporting the government, those people who are against the Gen Zs and the movement. So my message is just simple. I don't want to take a lot of time because it has been a very difficult day for everyone. So just imagine, call yourself that you're a servant of God and you're going to build him a massive church. But at the same time, you've given an order to the police to shoot to kill. And who are you killing? People. Are these people not the people of God? So who are you building the church for? So for those who are still supporting this government and the regime, Ruto and all those people, think. That is a message that I want you to think tonight, tomorrow, to continue thinking about it. Because this is not now a leader, somebody who cares about their people. This is just someone, I think I'll say it's just now a demon out there to get blood. And if you're building a church and if you're that spiritual, if you are spiritual enough, then you should interpret by now that it is not actually a church this guy is building. It is something else. Because how can you kill people yet you're building a church? For the same people belong to God. Then what is it in for God? So thank you, guys.
Ruto, where the abductees, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Please take over.
Okay. I guess the next speaker can be Charles. Charles, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, you can proceed.
Okay, thank you for this chance. I'll be brief. Okay, currently I'm not in Kenya. Niliamua kuja kupiga hustle huku kwa Arabu, I'm in Qatar. But what I've seen as I'm getting out of work, there are no words to describe the massacre that has gone on. And for my suggestion, we need to reach out to all the high commissions that are in Kenya and also those that are abroad. They need to know who they're dealing with, and that our voices are, they might be small to them. That's why we need to reach out to them. Kama ni kwa ofisi zao tufike, so that we make our voices known to them. Because this thing, if it goes on to the direction that it's heading to, we are doomed. And I want to quote what the Bible says. We are the chosen generation. So we need to make the best out of it. That's all. I have nothing else to say because what I've seen going on even mtaani bana. Mimi mtaa yangu ni Nakuru. Sijawahi imagine hapo Barnabas ati watu wata loot stage mat. I've seen it from my colleague status yake. Watu wana loot stage mat. So it's very heartbreaking. Thank you. That's all I can say.
So, asante Charles, and you're right. Actually, say ni midnight. Na hata sidhani, even the Kenyans that are not on this space, sidhani kuna mtu mwenye akona usingizi sahi. Like vitu. Anyway, Johnny, Mzee, and Gitau and Benson, nyi wote wenye amjeka hii profile picture. Mimi siwapei mic by the way. The other co-hosts help me only raise the speakers that have put the profile picture. We are in serious business by the way. Kama hamjeka profile picture, mimi siwapei mic, mshukishwe. So next, selector uko na profile picture, we ongea. Selector.
Selector, can
Hello,
you hear the speaker?
Yes, I can hear them. Can you hear me?
Can I add on something?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Selector.
Yeah, ila kitu ninasema hatuwezi kuwa tunaenda
ni Charles, can I add on something?
Nani,
I want to
okay,
speak.
I can't hear two people. Oh, Charles, just okay, just you can just finish then. Then Selector, you can enter right after.
Okay, then you.
Msiogope. One thing you should know for sure, the world is watching. Waarabu wengi wenye wako huku, mostly the Sudanese, they understand our language. Wengine hata wanaongea Kiswahili and they're saying kasongo hapana. Hiyo jini imefika huku. So msiogope. People are saying where Ruto is taking us, is digging a hole for himself. So let him not take us down with him.
So, asante. Selector, you can speak now.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that hatuwezi kuwa tunaenda maandamano kila wakati tumepanga kuenda maandamano. Maaskari wamekuwa ni kama maadui wetu. Hawajui wameajiriwa watulinde. Ni kama hawajui hiyo kitu. So leo mimi niko Nyeri. Huku Nyeri nimeona leo tunapigwa na mishale na huyu MP wa chini. Anatupiga na mishale. Yeye ameweka magunzo wake hapo, mishale ndio inarushwa. Pia sisi kama waandamanaji lazima tujue pia ni nini tutatumia. Juu hii kitu lazima ikuwe serious. Lazima hii nchi tukue serious nayo. Pia kama ni mabuduki za kujitengenezea tutatafuta tukabiliane na hawa watu. Lazima juu mawe haitoshi. Lazima to find a better strategy to deal with this maandamano. Kusema ati tutatokea 7 days again na hatuna strategy, tutaenda tu tunauliwa. Wenye wanaenda mochari, sisi tunaenda nyumbani. Hiyo ni nini sasa? Lazima tujue ni nini tunaenda kufanya, tunaenda kutumia nini. Lazima hii kitu ibadilike. Na ibadilike in a way that hadi huyo Kasongo anaona kweli iko serious, wacha nishuke. Asanteni.
Asante Selecta, pia mi nakubaliana na hiyo kwa sababu nimewambia 25th pia mi niliibiwa na hawa goons, na hakuna kitu inakushtua kama ukirealize wewe, hata niko sure leo wenye wamevunjwa kwa manyumba pia wao wako na hiyo same concern. Una realize wewe ndio hauna weapons, wao ndio wanakuja wako na mavisu, wako na sijui maguns, unashangaa how do you protect yourself? So Mogambi, the other speakers wenye wajaongea na wako na profile picture, mnaweza inua mkono. Wenye hawana by this wapei Mike, mshukishwe by this wapei kama una profile picture. Benson nimeona umeshukishwa. Watu wenye wako na profile picture pekee ndio wapandishwe. Mogambi, you can go.
Ruto must go kwanza. Before I No, sema na mimi Ruto must go.
Oh,
Ruto must go.
Namuogopa bana. Fuck Ruto. Fuck the government. There's no time for fear at this moment. We are past that. Walikuja kwangu, hawakunichukua, but my neighbors were alert, wakaamka wakaangalia, and then the guys just left. So I no longer fear, given that today nimeona wenzangu wakiuliwa kwa streets. There's nothing to celebrate, there's nothing to be proud of. But what I can be proud of is seeing a better Kenya, better governance, and respect to the rule of law. So going forward, hata siwezi tegea siku maandamano itakuwa, to be honest, kama nitapatana na polisi kwa barabara, I'll be able to take action on my own hands. As long as it's good to be shot when I have done something, and like to be shot when I have not done anything at all. So let me be accused of something that I've done than to be accused of something that I've not done. So going forward, I'll be taking action each day, each moment. Let me regret my actions. But as long as I know that my actions are contributing to something bigger than me, a cause that's of a higher calling, that is calling for the respect for the rule of law, because we can't have guns dressed in our smart uniforms, dressed as police officers, as DCI, as even wearing our tax money as national intelligence, collecting data that is very useless to the current regime. So why should we be collecting data that is very useless and feeding to the government instead of just going home and sleep because there's nothing they're doing? If they should be very serious, they should be collecting data to the president and advising the president that we are very aggrieved of whatever measures is being taken and whatever the way is abusing the office of the presidency and what the current regime is doing, including our members of parliament. They're abusing the powers. They're abusing the mandate that we have given them to act on our behalf in terms of enforcing the laws, passing the laws, making the laws. Executive imeshindwa kupush whatever you want for better governance, the rule of law. You have not called for accountability of police brutality. You have not called for an end to end police abductions. They have not called for an end to corruption. And the members of parliament, they have not summoned anybody accused of corruption. Anybody who has been found to be guilty of corruption. They have been entertaining the same individuals, even vetting the same individuals, and ensuring that they are passing them to be appointed for the next as cabinet secretaries. So these members of the National Intelligence Service, are they paying any intelligence that hawa watu wanaibanga pesa? Wao ni kukula tu, wanasema watu watanamana kesho nini? Hata kama ni mtu even if it's my neighbor, I'll be able to clobber that individual to be accused in court ama to be shot, but lazima niende na kichwa yake. That's what I've decided as an individual, as a citizen, as a lawyer, to exercise my right directly as an individual, as a citizen, in order to save my country. Acha nichukue tu that action. I don't mind now. Because nimeona youth ametokea tu amekaa tu kwa balcony anapata stray bullet. What the fuck is that? We should never allow that. Like who does that? So anybody who says that let's give dialogue a chance, what have you given a chance? in moment. Leo hujaingia kazi, you work in town, hujaingia kazi. Do you know why hujaingia kazi? Tumedemonstrate. Government hajasikia our grievance. Next time tutakuwa your town. You have not gone to work and you want better governance. Let the government to listen to our grievances for accountability, transparency, better governance, and then you'll be able to go to work. If you can't do that, we'll be able to make sure that even you're not going to be paid for the next 1 month, for the next 3 months. Ndo tuunge sisi ukuwa unemployed kama sisi, we call for better governance. Ndo join maandamano because you're not listening, because you care about your work, and the boss, even your boss doesn't care about you in work. Even the government does not care about you. If it cares about you, should have ensured that today umeenda kazi na maandamano yamekuwa peaceful. But the government is not caring about you, and you're supporting the same government. You're stupid at the same leaders who are supporting this government. So there's nothing you want to tell us, either you join us or don't join us. So fellow Kenyans, let's continue the course na tusiwahi tishwa sisi. Thank you.
So, asante Mogambi. Co-host mtanisaidia kushukisha wenye washaongea. Mogambi, I think Charles pia alikuwa ameongea, Selector alikuwa ameongea, ndio tukubalishe more people. Grandson unaweza enda next, but before that guys, if you're in this space, our profile picture to send a message to the rest of the country and to the rest of the world. They've made protests impossible for us, so now we are protesting from the comfort of our homes, from the comfort of our phones. So speaker, just 1 second, we can hear you. Yeah, so just change your profile picture and tag someone else. Waambie pia wao wa change. Nimeona Auma Obama amechange profile picture yake. Who are your local celebrities not to tag them? Wa pressure. In fact, hata tunafaa tuchukue tu kamoja. Tuka pressure. Yeye a change. Kama ni Njugush, kama ni nani. A change profile picture yake. Wengine wa change pia. This needs to be. Yani ni kila mtu. Sahi si suggestion. Sahi hadi watu wenye naona kwa hii space wenye hawaja change profile picture. Tujue tu au ndio sasa ndio tujue tu au ndio au ndio sasa wenye wanasikiza in. You see, tunajua tu Kenya nasema goons nini. That's the assumption now, because right now there's no reason. Hakuna excuse. This is a form of protest. So grandson ulikuwa uende next, unaweza ongea.
Hope unanisikia. Haya, mi nakuja hapa hivi kusema maandamano watu waachi, hiyo nayo sio siri. Reason ni moja, wameua watu, si ndio? So tukisema ati unafunga story ya maandamano, those people who died, hatutapata haki yao. Hiyo story itakam tu iishe, na watasahaulika tu kama venye karibu wa last year wenye waliuawa wanaenda kusahaulika. Fuck the whole system, fuck Ruto, fuck Faruk, fuck Shalin, fuck everyone. Maumbo wao. Haya, history ya dialogue. Huyu umbo anaitwa Raila. Huyo jamaa amekuwa na dialogue mara ngapi guys? Tujiulize tu hiyo swali. Dialogue for what? Every time dialogue and nothing happens. The whole system is fucked up. Haya, the other thing. Hawa viongozi wenye wako in place. Kama kiongozi come out to speak about peace brutality, then forget about them, fuck them. Kiongozi asikae hapo hivyo katikati ati in between, ati decide ako side gani. Either you are with us or you are not with us. Period. Hakuna hapo hivyo ati kukua deputy Jesus. Ni ukue side yetu ama yuko side yetu. Decide where you belong. The other thing, maumbo wa nyinyi pia nyinyi mmekataa kuchange profile picture. Kwani ni nini inawakost pesa ngapi hapa hivi kuchange kitu? You have to join us. If you are not joining us, ondokeni hapa, mkoende. Wewe unafikiri tuwabembeleza? Nyinyi watu wazima. You are grown ups bana. Tunaandamana hapa hivi alafu nyinyi mmekataa kuchange. Kwani umbo wa nyinyi, hata nisijam kwanza. Haya. The other thing, vijana lazima mkue your brother's keeper. Ukijua msee ameshikwa ama ameabductiwa, raise your voices. Usinyamaze. Raise awareness hata kwa status. Ifikie watu wengi. Kama uko na numbers kwa status, fanya hiyo kitu. Kama uko na numbers hapa hivi X, post mara mingi. Unajua si ndo media iko compromised already. Nimeangalia story na hii general media ito Citizen TV. Kazi yao tu ni kusema story ya maandamano, sijui nini imeharibiwa. Lakini hawasemagi hata reason ya sisi kuandamana. They don't inject on that side. hawezi ongelelea kitu inafaa tuende kwa street. Haya, the last thing nikimalizia, itetai venye vitu zinaibiwa and all that, cause kuna wenye wako organized kufanya hiyo kazi yote ya kuiba, cause nimeona juzi hiyo ufala yenye imefanyika. That aside, the question is this: parents wanalalamika, wanasema waandamanaji wanaharibu mali ya watu. The question is simple: kama wanaharibu mali ya watu, how many days are they stealing from the people? Na Ruto anaibia watu 365 days a year and nobody is talking about it. Fuck them. Thank you.
So, asante grandson. Thank you so much for kutusupport kwa message yetu ya wenye hawachange nini yao. Thank you hata kuwa call out na kuwa condemn, because yeah guys, by the next 24 hours the goal is this should be the biggest news in the world. Every Kenyan, as in kila mtu anafaa, all eyes on Kenya for real, like heads ziturn. What is happening here? How are 1 million people having the same profile picture? And it's possible. We all know it's possible. We need to make if you've seen the things that are happening today, if you've seen the bodies being dragged today, and it's hiyo kitu imekuguza, kama you have any humanity in you, kama uko na utu, kama uko na the urge to fight but you can't fight, all you have to do is put this profile picture. It's not that much. Na by the way, hadi wacha mtu niwaambie tu ukweli, by the way, hizo profile zenye mko nayo nyinyi mnakata koka, si ati ni smart, by the way, si ati mnakaa poa, by the way, toeni, like ekeni profile picture, si ati by the way, toeni. Mimi nasikia mtu anaweza toa, mimi nasikia kuwatoa kwa hii space bana. Kama mtaki kuchange, mtoke basi muende, vile amesema tubaki hapa watu wenye wako na profile picture pekee, because it's not that much work. Let's say it's either you're on this side or that side. Like, let's make it that thing. By kesho, in 24 hours, this should be the biggest news in the country. So kila mtu mwenye kwa space, please help us amplify. This is the message.
Kama una blue badge, nime notice me na KOT, we removed literally like less than 2 hours ago. Blue badge isharudi. As you can see, so kama unaogopa, you'll get it back. We'll just verify and then inarudi. They have improved their speed times. Blue badge yako inarudi haraka. This is a revolution, manze, digitally, and we're also going back to the ground. We're going back to the ground. I am Mike Niako.
So, Shekmo unaweza go next.
Okay, hi guys. First of all, let me pass my condolences to wale watu who have been massacred, because that's the word. It's not even killing, that's a genocide. And then on top of these, Afrocentric, if you can clarify to me, how many women reps do we have in Kenya? Just somebody can just nipatie tu your answer. How many women representatives do we have in every county in Kenya? We have 47 women who need 47, we need to get on their necks. Reason why I'm saying this is pali kitu imefika, the war now is going to women. Because when there are genocides, the women and the kids wanakuanga on the receiving end. There's no way that every day after maandamano, women go to get raped. And yet we have 47 women, all of them, 47, none of them has spoken. When women today, I was seeing something, I think in Jerry or whoever, someone, alikuwa anasema sijui Juja Gate C. Women were being raped brutally. And this is the second time it's happening, whether it's true or not. Because even in international law, rape used against women inakuanga kitu very serious. That is one thing. That's why nimeuliza how many women reps we have. We need to be on their necks, because they need to tell us what they are doing in parliament. They are not there for any other issue. According to the constitution, they were there for women's issues. Nikarudi nikaona a hospital in Kitengela, sijui kama ni Shalo, I don't know which one it is. Ati waliingia mpaka theater when women were undergoing CSs. Ati waka disconnect. Yani a woman is in theater. Myself, I'm a mother, nimezaa. And anybody mwenye amezaa anajua how, uko in labor, ama maybe you're under the knife, and then watu wanakuja kudisrupt, the doctors switching off. I don't know whether it's true. I'm just trying I'm convincing myself it's not true. Because I've never heard of ata Gaza. When kuna vita, I think they don't go to maternity wards. So these goons, they target women
because the women are weak and stuff. And I'm not a feminist. I don't believe in women in power. We have a woman chief justice who has done nothing. So don't get me wrong. I'm not a feminist here. I don't even support them being in power myself, being a woman. Because how can we have a chief justice who is a woman, and every time we have 47 woman reps? I think Kenya is the only country globally that has every constituency with a woman at America wana, so that they can champion women's issues. And in the year 2025, women are being raped as an act of war. Then number two, women at their most sacred place and time, wanaenda like they're going, somebody coming to disconnect, babies when you are, what are they called? Easy nurseries. The other time, some of you here, and shame on you, because when it was happening in Gaza, you all put your flags. When it was happening there, flags and all those things. Which, kama kitu ni mbaya, it doesn't matter where it's happening. I mean, maternities are no go zones. Ati nani goons wanafanya hivyo. And then lastly, before I go, what issue your student leaders? How are we going to handle it? Because these student leaders, I've seen that Charlene, she keeps hosting these student leaders. I don't know whether she gives them money. They don't talk about it because if I'm not wrong, it's C or Juja Jayquat. I don't know, somebody correct me. And the student leader, no statement, nothing. When women are raped in hostels. And yet you have student leaders when you wanashinda wakienda kukula na Charlene. Anybody who grew up in the 90s and early 2000s, this is the first time student leaders are siding with the government. Because those days in the 90s and early 2000s, they used to cause havoc in town. They were never pro-government. They're actually amongst, when you are to fight here, the little independence we have right now. So me, I'm so mad because of, especially that rape thing. I just can't believe it's happening in 20, and it happens every time we have a maandamano. So even a woman who doesn't go for maandamano, amelala kwake, goons come and rape them. Now they'll start raping children since nothing is happening. I mean, really, and we have 47 women. We need to identify every woman rep. And I think after Ipita Kasongo, the next thing is questioning every woman rep, starting with that Esther Passaris Bimbo. Let us ask her. I think Judah is in Kiambu County. Uyo Amurada, that fat woman, what has she said? And she pretends she's the wife of a pastor. Yet women are being raped in her constituency. The woman of Kajiado kwenye Kitengela iko, if there is a woman there, has she talked about those goons who went to those theaters when women were going through CSs? Nobody has talked. So me, I mean, I don't know. I'm short of words. I'm angry. I don't even know why we have a woman rep seat. In fact, if you are amending the constitution, I think we need to scrap that. And as I said last time in the space, if we are amending the constitution, we need to have gun rights. Sorry to say that, because when the government becomes tyranny, that is why you see in countries like the US and most Western nations, and I said that last time in the space, you will never see the police mistreating people the way, because people can defend themselves. Because if somebody is coming to your house, you have nothing. They'll just surrender and be killed. The reason why people have Second Amendment, it's not for anything. It's to protect yourself in times like this. Because you cannot come to rape me and you don't know whether I'm a Second Amendment, person. It's so unfortunate. We have a president, he's among the youngest in the world and Africa. And yet, whatever is happening in Kenya, we are being led by a bandit. Because he's a bandit. To me, he is a bandit. I can't just believe. And his wife, who pretends to pray all the time, has not spoken anything. She has never tweeted about any kid being murdered. Not even one. Women being raped. She has never talked about it. And yet, people host her in her church. Anyway, for me, that's all I'm here to rant about. I'm just angry. I just need us to get on the necks of every woman rep. Ongea woman rep, when you ask them what they're saying about women being raped every day after Maandamano, and people going to switch off machines in the theater. Thank you. I'm done.
Yes. So Asante Shekmo, I think Asante Shekmo and Meadimina, I feel that very much. Women reps, mtu kama Esther Passaris sahi, the way vitu wanaongea, you can just tell madhe amesha read the room na ashaona kila mtu sahi, hata yeye pia yeye hatakikani. So sahi anajaribu kujialign na kina Ruto ndo apate favor, ndo arudishwe somehow into government. But mtu kama huyo very useless. Like you would think people like that or women like that would be the people that would come to our defense during this time, but they are dead silent because they are enablers and perpetrators as well. And it's high time we started calling them as well. How? And the MPs as well. Kila mtu, because let me tell you guys, there's no way Ruto is doing all these things alone. The reason he's able to survive and do these things and tomorrow again and again and again and the next protest and watu obviously, and the reason it's even becoming so brazen is because amesapotiwa na watu wengi, na hawa ma women reps, hawa ma MPs, they are part of that problem. So we have to start also turning our eyes on them and also start being vigilant on them. These are people that go to church with us, when their children, we know where they live. Like they are not out of reach kama Ruto at yako State House amejifunga uko na 1 million soldiers. Hawa ni wako here and there. So acha nipatie the next speaker the mic. Mtanisaidia co-host Afrocentric kushukisha wenye wameongea. Dote menda wapi?
Mansikia.
Global man, sawa, you can speak. Umepotea tena. Ama ni Boniface anaongea?
Yeah.
Sawa.
Hello. Unanisikia?
Tunakusikia.
Unanisikia. Mimi kitu ningeomba, because hii government imekuwa ni kama kuna vita, lakini sisi majenzi hatujui. Ni kama wamedeclare the war, but sisi vile tunaenda kwa maandamano hatujui kuna vita. So kitu ningeomba, wakati tutoke tukijua kuna vita, ndio tujue tunajipanga vipi. Na tukiingia kwa street, tunajua wale watu wameingia, kama tuko na hawa wesi wanaenda kuiba vitu, tunajua ndio wasituwekelee claims za kusema majenzi wanaiba ati wanaendeleza wizi kwa maandamano. Na kitu hello
Hello, tunakusikia.
Na kitu ingine nimesikia tukitaja women rep. Hawa ma women rep hata kazi sawa tujue wanafanya kazi gani. Juu vile ukiona vile tumeendelea, na ma women rep ni watu ambao wamesaa, wako na majenzi, wako kwa street. Lakini hakuna mtu hata moja amezungumzia hiyo kitu inaendelea, watu wanauliwa, wanaona kwa taarifa watu wamelala chini kama leo. Ile kitu nimeona imenikasirisha sana. Na I blame myself. Juu ningejua kuna siku Raila atakuja abadilike, aende saindi ya serikali, ikuwe watu wanauliwa aongei. Hiyo kitu wallahi inauma. Juu tulimpigania mpaka mwisho, lakini alitusaliti. Thank you.
Kweli, asante Boniface, na pia mimi nakubaliana na wewe Raila na watu wake wote. Tena hao watu wote lazima tu washemiwe, mafamili zao. Raila kwanza, wanafaa tu ostracize from community nzima. Kila mtu tu uko Bondo, uko kwao, maneighbors wao wanafaa, kila mtu akikuja kuvisit anabuiwa, wanafukuzwa, wanafanyiwa whatever it is. There should be zero tolerance for such people. Naona Dote amekuwa na mkono yake up for long, so Dote unaweza ongea.
Manasikia? Mimi usikii story nilikuwa ni hapo ndo. Pede Ruto akwenda, alafu pia watu wenye wazeka hii picha mazee pia hata wao wakwenda wajinga sana. Hiki
kitu nafaa kila mtu anaweka kutoka mtu wa kwanza hadi wa mwisho, maselebo wote, mtu wa mwisho, mtu mwenye anakuwa mmoja, kila mtu anafaa zaidi. Unajua sasa wewe uko hapa ndani ya hii space na kuta yote na unajua mtu anakuingilia. Umekata kuna kabisa ya ujinga. Vai kitu uanze kuonesha wazee mantu anti saa hii ndio mudi. Unajua mbele. Lakini pia mimi nimejafuza sana haya mwenye uwetu. Haya hiyo story kama. Wazee mademu tu saa hii story. Wazee usisahau pia kuweka pale hivyo. Sasa when ametajia story ya Eta na kani. Hebu imagine sasa kuna gavana ataenda kusalia huko juu na nini. Hapo watu wanakuja. Yaani bora tu madhe yani wanafanya kitu. Wanafanya watu sana. Watu wote atakaa tutaenda mtaani ama wote kila mtu kwenye bado tu nani wanafanya hiyo hata wasiani akina nani wengi
Dote mic yako iko mbali kidogo, tuna struggle kukusikia. Sijui kama ni earphone.
Sasa mnanisikia?
Ndio.
Mazee watu waende mtaani, kila mtu aende Ocha, itabidi kama ni jua si wako Ocha ndio wanategemewa na kina Kasongo. Jua hana info, wengi hawana info. Sisi tunajiambia na hapa hivi tuko kimoja kiplani, lakini si anategemea ile tu ufala imejaa tu kiplani tuko Ocha tu bwana. Sasa nataka sisi wote iwezekana tutafute namna kama tutaenda Ocha ama tutakuwa na forums za kuempower wase mtaani ama hata tukuwe na hizo masele pia nione kama manini ma concert na vitu kaa hizo zenye si ni concert but ni forum imekuwa ya wase kuele yani kupitisha message kuonesha tumuungana, ingawa tu ama karao pia ni wajinga, of which sasa nikiongea hivi naongea hivi nikiwa nchi nyingine, hata siko Kenya. Tunaweza waambia ni mazee makarao wa nchi zingine wako na heshima ile kitu sijai, yani makarao wetu wote wanafaa watolewe kutoka wa kwanza hadi wa mwisho. There's nothing that is going on in this country hii yetu ya Kenya. Hakuna anything, si hawana any professionalism hata kidogo. Huku wako na respect ile ya juu, yani na sisi pia tunawa respect back na the laws zinafuatwa na kila mtu. If at all tunaweza pata tu namna ya kutoa hawa watu wote, tuko na mbinu mpya ya kurecruit kwa polisi from IQ to EQ zote. At least hapo tunaweza kuwa make some sense kiasi. Juu wote sasa ndio wanasherehekea vitu ndogo za ujinga sana. Kusherehekea kupata chance ya kushoot, kupata chance ya kurusha tear gas. Hiyo ni nini sasa? Si kazi ya karao. Hata ifai kwa hata hawana reasoning ya understand reason wase wanaenda nje protest. But mimi nimejam na siko Kenya. Sana imagine hata wase mko ground, yani mnasikiaje? Unajua? So ni mse aende na mazee tuhakikishe wase wote wamevaa hii DP, wote wamevaa hii picha. Inasaidia sana kumazee kupitisha hii message. Wase huku nje wanajua kiendelea Kenya pide. Kiendelea tu kumekio noise. Inaguza inafinya wase huku. Wasa naulizia. So keep on pushing mazee, mimi nataka muendelee hivyo. Sina mengi, niendeleeni hivyo man. Shukran.
Asante sana na asante kwa kutukumbusha tuweke hiyo profile picture. Nimeanza kuona watu wengi sasa wameanza kuweka kwa space. Wale kidogo wenye wajeka tushajua ni goons na polisi na wenye wametuma kusikiza. So kila mtu mwenye ameweka asante sana for kusaidia kuamplify na kusaidia kusimama na Wakenya wengine to amplify to the rest of the world. So mnaona mikono kadhaa ziko juu. Dote ulikuwa ushaongea, so acha nipatie hata global man.
Oya mwanisikia?
Unaweza ongea global man.
Ya. Okay, mimi staff nimeona Kenya leo sijaona tangu nizaliwe. Sijaona president mwenye anachukiwa hivyo, even kama nime hadi kama president wangu wa kwanza tangu nizaliwa alikuwa Kibaki, but history nayo nimesoma, hakuna president ambaye chukiwa kama huyu jamaa. But what I can say manze, first of all, tukienda kwa streets kuna wasuingilia. Mbona tunaenda kwa street manze? Watu wengi majutu wengi hatuna kazi, high rate of unemployment manze. Ukiona the cost of living iko juu mimi nikiambia youth mwenzangu hapa tuishie street, anatuambia, nasikia youth anasema ati mbona tuende street. Hiyo kitu inaniuma sana, and tukitaka kushinda hii gava lazima tukue na numbers, because ukiona leo gava haina polisi wengi, so tukikuwa na numbers ile poa, Kasongo atapenda. And then even hata ukiona ekonomi yetu yaendelei poa, but hii one term ndio inanistua sana. Ukisema unataka kutoa Kasongo through the ballot, utakuwa tunajidanganya, because ukiona Kasongo is not planning to leave is not planning to leave the office. Hiyo ndio kitu nataka mjue. Huyu jamaa haplani kutoka kwa hiyo ofisi. That is why amerenovate. Sasa anajenga kanisa yake, because anajua akijaribu kutoka hapa haizi kuwa na hiyo sovereign power against ICC. Anajua maybe ICC itakuwa ikiniongojea huko nje. So the things amekuwa akifanya, for example, huyu jamaa amekuwa akicollect money, kitu imekuwa ikimprotect sana. Amenunua Rao na pesa, amenunua Raila Amolo Odinga with money. So and the way ana collect money ametumia many ways. Ukiona new funding model, ameamua kuweka wasee ana collect money, because ukiona budget yenye ilikuwa inakujanga in high institutions sasa imeshajicut, amesha cut kidogo, because sasa wase wengi ulipa do most at our university level. Ukiona hii SHA, tunajiuliza pesa NHIF ilienda wapi? Because that money from NHIF kutransfer hiyo ikuje SHA imeanza fresh, ikapewa budget yake. So this guy ameshachukua ile pesa NHIF, kila kitu akikuja nao, hadi la dani alikuwa anataka kuja na alikuwa anataka tu kuunda do, and hii pesa yenye anaunda ndio anatumia kulipa kina Rao, kulipa wa magunzi wenye wanakuja infiltrate our demonstration in the street. Hii pesa ndio anatumia kufanya hii vitu. So this guy is collecting money so that even this money is planning to use it in 2020, in the coming 2027 election, so that ataonga kila msee, hata kama ni nani returning officer. Uwezi niambia returning officer amekuwa for example atakuwa kiani karibu 50, tuseme 50,000, alafu mtu atoa apewe tuseme hata mita moja, hezi kata. And this guy is collecting a lot of money. Ukiona ukitaka unajenga aje kanisa 1.3 billion na mshahara wako ni 1.4 million? How? I make sense. Pesa hii billion umetoa, hata ukisema ni biashara yako. Mimi najua bana, huyu jamaa na roho kama aliamua kuchoma watu kwa kanisa. Aliamua kuchoma ile historia yake amba aliamua kuchoma watu ndani ya kanisa. Huyu jamaa ako na roho nini hata ya kujenga kanisa? Hata utazapata hii ni ile budget ya State House, anataka kujenga kanisa ya tuseme hata ya 500 million, asema alijenga na 1.3 billion, na cut off aweke pesa na kuja aonge watu 2027. So this guy is not planning to leave the office, hata tukisema we are tukate kura ati tuende to vote against him. No. And ukiona ana collect money through many ways to bribe leaders. Ukiona sahi a university student, sahi our leaders wamesha bribiwa Hata ukiona jana kuna jamaa wa tuka alitoa memo ati akasema today hakuna student wa tuka atakuwa kwa maandamano. Mliona hiyo nini? Mliona hiyo memo? So this guy first of all anaongana. So tukisema ati we wait until 2027, we cannot manage to unseat this guy manze. Huyu jamaa nini ndio amezoea maandamano, amezoea kusikia the hard way. When you look the last nini
Nitakuharakisha tu kidogo.
Okay, so ukiona huyu jamaa ana use police manze, anatumia polisi vibaya, alafu anajaribu kutuzia uoga. Sasa ukiona watu wameuawa wengi, ni kujaribu kutuzia uoga. And then the other thing, ana try to create impression that akona numbers. Ukiona huyu jamaa is trying to create impression. That's why ameamua kupea ile community iko inamsupport in the previous nini election, amewapea seats. Tuseme Mombasa uliona akiwapea akina nani hapa Luo akawapea some nini seats so that he can create impression. Okay, ukienda Luo hakuna mtu anataka kumpigia kura, but ana try to create impression. So mimi nikisikia ati wait 2027 ndio mtoe jamaa from the seat, jamaa is not planning, so lazima tutumie nini force kumtoa manze. Na kila msa weke nini weke picha ya Kasongo kwa DP yake. Sina mengi manze, tuamuke, let us create numbers. Tukicreate a lot of numbers, hawa polisi hawatuwezi kabisa. Sa asante, sina mengi bana.
Asante Global Man. Hapo kwa hauna mengi ni uongo. Uko na mengi, pole kwa kuharakisha. Najua stories za Kasongo mtu hawezimaliza na hata 5 minutes.
Yes. Kasongo must go.
Kweli. So asante, kila mtu aweke profile picture, msisahau. This needs to be the biggest news in the world by kesho, as in the next 24 hours. This is the message that the world needs to get. Najua wengine wetu bado mnajifanya naona bado mnaaminia hizo profile. Nimewambia mkai smart na hizo zenye mmeweka. Tueni mweke hii ya Kasongo, mweke this is more urgent. Say we are sending a message to the world. Hizo zenu by the way hatutaki kuwaona, by the way mtoe tu sahi. Aya, mtanisaidia kushukisha wenye wameongea, mtanisaidia kushukisha Global Man, Dote na nisaidieni kushukisha wa kwanza. Alafu Trini unaweza ongea. Aya, nani anasema ai? Ndio alikuwa anafaa ende next time. The truth.
Is Globi Kenya?
Okay, yeah. Globi utaenda next.
Nina ya aonge kwanza or
you can just go Trini.
So wacha niendelee. I hope you guys can hear me. I hope you had a good day.
Sijui kama ni mimi peke yangu simsikii ama
saizi unanisikia? I'm walking. That's why network yangu inaenda kiisha. Sawa. Saizi mnaweza nisikia? So me, I want to talk to those people who are telling us ati Ruto atatolewa kwa ballot. Ati Ruto atatolewa kwa ballot. You can clearly see this guy, he can do actually anything. Boniface, can you mute your mic tafadhali? Inaleta iko side yangu. Okay, thank you. You can clearly see this guy is ready to have the power even after 24 years, even after 30 years. As long as he's in power, he have a lot of ego in the whole government. Tena, it's so funny that they say today it's not a public holiday, but they had all roads being blocked, misuse of power. Guy, alafu mnakuja kutuambia hapa tuko na constitution. Mnakuja kutudanganya hapa tuko na constitution. Anyone who is talking about constitution, tafadhali tusidanganyane. We don't have a constitution here. They're actually doing whatever they think they will do. They're actually ruling according to their heads. There's no rule of law in Kenya. There's no constitution in Kenya. Because you can't tell me we have a constitution, the constitution our parents voted for on 2010. And now, later on, Saba Saba, the things we are talking about, they imagine you tell Mawako a constitution. Right now we have a constitution and it's a rule of law, but we are still complaining of the same thing. Do we really have a constitution? Mtu asituongelelea about constitution, tafadhali. We don't have a constitution here, and they are ready to keep the power. And if you are a northern Kenya and you think you're safe, you're not safe. Baby girl, baby boy, amka, change your DP. Wacheni kutuonyesha nyinyi ndio kusema, change your DP, you're not safe. They're arresting people. And after arresting you, have a profile, have actually pinned a post. A guy, they were in Kisii. They were actually peaceful protesters and wakaarestiwa. And the only thing the police are saying, tutawaekelea mlikuwa mna loot, na ndio maana tumewa arrest. And you think you're safe because you're not calling out the government. There's a person who said, unajua leo siendi hiyo maandamano yenyu, wacha niwaangalilie hiyo maandamano niko kwa balcony. Risasi ndio hiyo, ako tu kwa balcony akakufa. I'm not saying it's good, but you guys, you're not safe even in your houses. So it's high time you join hands, everyone join hands. Badilisheni hizo profile zenyu, hizo masura zenyu zinakaa vibaya na hizo vitu zenye mmeweka huko hivyo. Ni nini hizo mnatuwekea by the way? Because mimi nikiona by the way, mimi tutaanza, alafu those people who are busy here kutuambia mnasifu celebrities. They're supposed to beg us, not us to beg them. They're supposed to beg us because they need us to watch their content so that they can have gigs and they can live their daily lives, not us who need them. Sisi tunakulanga na hiyo salary yetu ya 10 bob na 50 bob. Them, so that they can pay those houses, they need you. Not you who needs them. It's them who needs you. So tusisifiane hapa country. Kenya ni yetu sisi wote. It's our country. So it's either you're in or you're out. And for those who have not changed your DP, mtakujiwa tu. Msisifu government, itawakujia tu hata hapo mahali mmeketi. Mtakujiwa tu, wanakujia kuwaua. Umeona share right now it's not working. Unadhani for them the insurance cover they're using is not working. It's clearly working. But hiyo sha yako inaenda na kulipia kitanda peke yake. And you left with agony to pay the other bill. And you're busy saying the government is working. Fuck you if you're supporting the government. Fuck you again and have no apologies. Asanteni. Mimi naweza rant hadi kesho. Thank you so much, Afrocentric and Ruto. And the girl who is co-hosting. I love your energy. Thank you.
Asante Trini, na asante kwa kusaidia kutusi hao watu wenye wamekataa kuchange DP. In fact, nimeamua sasa hata badala tu tuwatreat ni kama unajua tuisishinda hapa ati change DP. Sasa hata tunaweza wa cold call, wacha nitafute mtu kamoja tukamuulize mbona akaja change DP. Asingo Brian, hatujakata unakaa vizuri lakini change DP, Pascalia Kongani, change DP, hatujakata mko smart lakini mchange. Sasa hiyo mtarudisha baadaye. Jared Aminga, change DP unless when you goon ama unless you are on Ruto's side. Kila mtu sahi Kenya ako na DP. Hiyo ndio the message for the next 24 hours. Wacha nichukue watu wengine. Hivi sasa ndio tutakuwa tunafanya kwa hii space. Ndio hata najua sahi ndio mtu kama hataki kuchange basi mtoke ama tutawa call out basi. That's the way we are moving. Who is it?
This is Malcolm. Can I speak?
Malcolm, no, pole sana. Globi alikuwa amegoja sana.
Okay.
Globi, you
It's
can
okay,
go
it's okay.
next.
It's
So
okay.
David. Good morning in Kenya. This is Globi, and I hear you guys. First of all, I want to say that I'm not. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Just confirm, please.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm not a Gen Z. I'm a millennial. But I was in the demos today, And one thing I've noticed is the violence meted against the people protesting. The goons are well paid, it's well organized. And I hear some people saying that we have to know. There's a gentleman who spoke and said that we have to know how to approach this violence. And in my opinion, I think that fighting a soft war will make bigger changes than going confrontation with the police and with government. You may not all agree with me, but I think we can't win a war fighting weapons without weapons against a government who is armed and arming goons. You can clearly see how they have done in the Magunas in Meru, well organized, targeting businesses so that people get tired of the protest. The business people will get tired. They won't wear you out. And once they wear the public out, the public will not support the Maandamano. So my suggestion is we go the non-violent way, like you're doing here on Xspace, with these profile pictures. I have seen a lady who is Kenyan, and she spoke at she's speaking at the UN Human Rights in I think in Geneva. Also the diaspora, you guys. There's a guy who is saying he's in the Middle East, and he's active. He's active on Twitter Space and social media, petitioning and giving encouragement to the people on the ground, which is good. Now I think, because I've also noticed that I think the US embassy and the US government is not supporting, is unlike their former selves are not coming out strongly to defend human rights abuse in Kenya. I don't know why. My thinking is it's about their interests in Eastern Congo, in Bukavu and Southern Kivu, Northern Kivu. And the Kenyan government with their militaries is pushing their agenda. They're using the Kenyan government to push their agenda there. I am not sure. But my thinking that is, because I was there when Kibaki was president, and they really gave him a very hard time, and especially on human rights, including banning his ministers from traveling to their countries. So I am not sure. It's maybe we are not pushing them enough. Maybe it's about their interest with Kenya in Haiti. I don't know. But that was my thinking. So if anyone, and we can do what you guys are doing here on Twitter, on X, and we need to keep pushing, petitioning the ambassadors, the high commissioners of countries, and even UN bodies like the UN Human Rights. The girl who is from Mombasa, I can't remember her name. I saw her talking and asking questions about Kenyan human rights abuse. The other thing is that we can approach a non-violent way of doing it. Yes, street protests, but not throwing stones. You know the way India did it with Mahatma Gandhi? If we go that route, these people will have they will have nowhere to run. Because once you approach them in a violent way, and that is why they are trying to create violence. That's why they are creating the violence, paying goons, because without violence, they will go out very fast. Because if you sit on the streets and you're not hurling anyone stones, what will they do? They can't just shoot people. But once they plant in goons, start throwing stones and rocks at the police and looting, then they have a chance to shoot and scare the people who are going to come out tomorrow to vote. I have been in this country for long enough now. I was there when we were pushing for the new constitution. I was in university back then, and we threw stones. But the brutality that is being meted on people, I have not seen before. The Katiba Watch, we were there. We were throwing stones so that you guys get this new constitution. We were there, and we were paid, yes. We were being paid to push politicians' agendas. But the violence of those governments cannot even come close to what William Ruto's government is doing. And I don't know why even his people have chest thumping. You hear Sudi, he talks, tomorrow he's going to come out, he's going to speak, and he's going to chest thump. And he only does this after the protest. You will hear them come out tomorrow. And the other thing I wish we can also have people concentrate on governance, spaces that concentrate on governance, spaces that concentrate on political violence and human rights, so that we are not all over, because like what Morara Kebaso was doing with the Vampire Diaries, we were able to follow projects that were not done. Today, we don't have that. We don't have that. We can't have we don't have a repository where we can go back and find out. Now I see Moses Kuria talking and saying nonsense there in his Twitter and his X space, but I remember there was a stadium in Gatondo where him and his brother were contracted to put up a stadium, and they, the money disappeared. They didn't do the stadium. But today he can come up and speak to the youth, speak with so much bitterness that they are demonstrating, forgetting what he has done. And by the way, these are whatever you guys are going through, and even me, including me, because I can't say that I'm old, but whatever this country is going through is as a result of what has been happening in the previous years. You guys remember the 28 billion scandal of Moi Referral Hospital ati usijui alikuwa na all those things, the NYS 1, NYS 2 scandal, the Kimborel and the roll, all those scandals put in together is what has driven this country here to this point. And if we don't act, the next generation, Alpha, will come, get educated, and these are your children, get educated, and then lack jobs. We have a very big contingent in the Middle East. I don't think, yes.
If you can try wrap up in 1 minute so that we give other people a chance to speak to.
All right, so let me finish up. So non-violent ways, we should approach that, and also have organized people, spaces for different whatevers. If I want to learn something about, corruption scandals that are happening, because we have to take these people to account. If we did not, very soon we're gonna forget about the church scandal at State House. And I can tell you, right now there is something else in the sleeves of William Ruto. There is something that he's doing that is not right, and it is going to come up, because he is always having something that he's doing that is not right. So that's my take. Thank you, guys. Good night.
Okay, thank you, Globy. And your story, it's even nice you brought it up. The story of, not being a Gen Z, but still showing up. That's actually what is supposed to be happening across the country. This is not a Gen Z fight. This is a Kenyan fight. Everybody, as long as uko over 18, whether uko 60, whether uko 90, whether uko 30, this is a fight for every single person. They should, your story of Gen Z ilisha time ya finance bill last year. Sai, Ruto is a problem that affects everybody. Mothers are crying, fathers are crying, sisters are crying, everybody is crying. Whether you're a millennial and the best you can contribute is in the church or in the streets, do not let age be an excuse. So I'm really happy that you show up and you help support this movement from even without even necessarily being a Gen Z. So cohorts mnisaidie kushukisha wenye washaongea. Alafu guys, if you're a speaker and you want to speak, you can just raise your hand so that it's easier to track, because new speakers are added frequently and I don't know who's next.
Hello.
Hello, Malcolm. You can speak now.
Can I speak?
How about it's David?
Okay.
Both of you have your mics unmuted. Who is speaking?
Malcolm.
Okay, Malcolm, you can go first. Then David, you can follow.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Yeah. So I hope everyone is doing well. Nobody's doing well. In fact, everybody amekasirika. You have seen what we have experienced today. And I think this government has decided that we have to do what they want. However much tunajaribu kukataa, ni kama huyu President Ruto amekuwa kichwa ngumu kabisa. He has decided that we are going to toe the line. But now, I think we need to be more strategic na we decide what now we need to do, especially people need to unite. This is the moment that we need to be more united even than before. Because sasa I'm sure many people wanapata threats, wanaambiwa ati hapana usitokee maandamano because juu utafanyiwa nini, but we don't have to do that. This is the moment that when everything is getting more difficult, we need to do something. You have seen some MPs just talking nonsense, like huyu sijui anaitwa Osoro. Anaongea venye anataka, and these are the same people that they are saying that we dialogue with. Who I be having dialogue with? They are pretending like they don't understand what we want. We have always made it clear that we don't want Kenya to be a police state. The parliament should work. We need accountability. We need transparency. But now what they want, the card that politicians always bring on the table is that we dialogue, so that in the process, a few people, the real idea going for a dialogue is so that a few people can be selected, and then they go and purport to be talking on behalf of others, and that's it. And that's how revolutions die. Everything, it dies in the process. So I think we need to be united and say no to all this nonsense dialogue. Now, people like Raila, for now, they should, in fact, stop anything. First of all, Raila is not even an elected member of parliament, is not even a senator. I don't know even who he is speaking on behalf of as at this moment. These people should just keep quiet. We need everything that we have outlined. That's what should happen. And then when people, wakati watu wanaenda wana risk their lives, I think we all need to part. Because I know some people, even at now, there are still many people who still feel like they should not risk. Okay, I understand, see everybody will go to the street, but hata kama you are not in the streets, just do something hapo kwa Twitter. I mean, on this platform or other platforms. Even raising this awareness, this is how even the people outside, I mean, even Kenyans outside everybody comes to know. And even right now, isi kama ile time ya Mau, even right now, we are even fighting online. No. If you checked the other day, The Economist, which is a very prominent publication, uliona the things that they were talking about. And you know, the more this story about Kenya is being featured, that's how we are going to make it. But it's a very sad day, but I hope that we stay united. And please, everybody should change this profile picture. This is how we can pass our message. And thank you, everyone. Go next, David.
Thank you, Malcolm.
Yeah, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Good. Two people are speaking. It's supposed to be David.
We are both.
So
I
I
think
will
we are
speak
both
after
speaking.
David.
Who's that? Robin.
David.
Robinson, yes.
Robinson, you'll speak after WDKE. WDKE will speak after David. David is the one to speak now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I be heard?
Yeah.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I'm David. Actually, I'm Pastor David, and I'm just from Kenya here, and I pastor a church along Jogoo Road. And I just wanted to chip in on the talk for tonight, and of course, encourage each and every one of us on our work. I just have like 3 points, and I'll just do them real quick. First of all, as a pastor, this thing hurts me a lot to see children dying, many people die, not only children, but many people dying, and a lot of poverty, you know. And one of the definitions of the work of a government, according to the scriptures, is that they are God's servants to work for good and also to work for the wealth of the people, you know. And once they're not doing that, they're actually, another thing, they're supposed to punish evil. So once they're not working according to that, job description, they have no business being there. And you have no business following them, you know? And that's why whatever is going on has to go on, and it has to get to the final end, you know? And they have no business being there, you know? I can encourage you from a scripture. It says in Proverbs 29:14, it says, if a king defends the rights of the poor, he will rule for a long time. But what are we seeing today? No one cares about their rights. So they will rule short term, which takes me to the next point. All this thing about one term, about two term, especially this one term thing, we cannot stay for 2 more years with killings. We cannot stay for any other, even 1 more week with killings, you know? So it's unacceptable, you know? And then there's this discussion, oh, what will happen next? Oh, if we don't have a government, we'll go into the... No. Bible says the powers that be are ordained of the Lord. So there's someone, they cannot be a vacuum. We will definitely have leadership that we want. So nobody should use the pulpit or use any platform to discourage any of us from what's going on. You know, it's a fight. And lastly, I'll say change is a must. You know, it's a total overhaul. So those of you who are supporting people like Gachagua, they've been in government for like the longest time. All these cousins, whatever, you know, it has to be a total overhaul. You know. It has to be. And no, you know, it's the time for that change, you know, and it cannot be stopped. You know, there's someone who said, Kano itaongoza miaka 100. It will not happen. All these guys, Raila, Kalonzo, they're all products of Kano. And that Kano is not the party, you know, per se. Is a group of people who have inherited from the colonialists, and they think they can run the country the way they want. No. There has to be a total change. And, you know, I'm in prayers, I'm in protest, and we'll continue like that until there's a change. So thank you all very much.
Okay, thank you, Pastor David. And you're very right on the half-term story. Hatuwezi shinda party one term, and people are actively being killed. What we are seeing right now is the literal definition of anarchy. We are living through it. So there's a speaker who even said it very perfectly, hii space ikianza uko mapema. Right now, sai vile tunaishi, indio anarchy. Like, hakuna wasi naeza get. We've gotten to the depths of hell right now with William Ruto, because sai mi naishi in fear. Sijui about nini, but pali unaishi as long as ni Kenya, leo umesikia gunshots, haijalishi hata sijui kama hakuna mtu hajasikia gunshots. Kumekuwa na gunshots, kumekuwa na killings, kumekuwa na kila siku tunatembea tunaogopa, ukiona gari inakufuata unaanza kushanga, ama ni Subaru inanifuata hata ile siku nilikuwa naongea Twitter, ama ni ile tweet niliandika, unaanza overthink. We are living in fear right now. Haiwezekani, we can't go on even 1 more week. Sasa zenye tumeona bodies zinavurutwa tu hivyo carelessly kama ni mnyama kwa police station. It's unacceptable, and we're not going into anarchy ati tunasema ati what's next. Tusha identify candidates, tusha sema Maraga na Okiya Omtata are our next president. Hakuna kitu like right now, Ruto must go and he must go now. Kila mtu aweke hiyo DP.
Yes.
Before the next speaker, wacha nipatie mtu mwenye ajaweka DP shout out, atuambie mbona ajaweka. Kevin Obede, hatujakata uko smart na suti, lakini sahi tunataka kuona DP. Hii ndio the main message to the rest of the country and to the rest of the world. Show solidarity. Tuweni hizo profile picture zenu, unless wewe ni goon, ama unless wewe ni Ruto supporter, ama unless wewe ni politician. Ndio tujue who is with Kenyans and who is not with Kenyans. This is supposed to be the biggest news in the country by the end of tomorrow. But in fact, we are already in tomorrow, by the end of today. So to change profile picture, tag celebrities, say you guys, help us. Najua sahi tunasema tu kwa space, but we can't, 1 person or 2 people or 3 people can't carry this message. Kila mtu mwenye ako in support, help us tag your celebrities, help us tag another Twitter user, make this message international. Let us see national and international. So WDKE unaweza ongea, alafu I think ilikuwa Sarobin utaenda after yeye.
Okay.
WDKE umekuwa na mkono kulia.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hata mimi naitwa David kama huyo David ametoka kuongea. Na one term, tuanze hapo. One term.
Half
We are tired.
Half term.
Sorry?
term.
Half term. Actually, yes, half term, because one term is too long. Today we have seen they have unleashed the killer squad, the same squad, yeah, Subaru boys that did the thing on June 25th. Leo wameachiliwa kwa streets tena, and they have been terrorizing the whole of Nairobi, the whole country, yani has just been in chaos, and we cannot continue living like this, and we have no room for dialogue. History ya dialogue, ukisikia mtu anasema dialogue, hiyo ni tumbo yake inaongea. Sisi, there is no room for dialogue because we have made it clear what we want, and
WD
we
una
want
break kidogo, sijui kama ni internet ama ni earphones.
okay, sijui kama sasa unanisikia vizuri.
Unasikika.
Asante. So nilikuwa nasema we have no room for dialogue. Jamaa kanyage nje bana, tumechoka. Last year walituambia ati tungoje. We give him time, and we gave him time, and all that nothing has changed. The same old things, it just keeps getting worse by the day. So we cannot even wait for the one term ishe. This guy has to go. We have to fix this country once and for all, bana. It's such a heavy. Kenyans are walking with heavy hearts every day. Parents are crying, abductions, killings. The numbers keep going up bana, mpaka unashindwa hawa watu, kwani hamna utu tena kwani? Yani it's so overwhelming, but we have to keep fighting. We have to ensure that Zakayo ameshuka, na hiyo DP kila mtu aeke, ifikie tu kila mtu. That's another way ya kuprotest, and we keep fighting bana. Sijui sahii hata zile points nilikuwa nazo ni kama zimepotea, but wacha tuachie hapo kwa half term. Enough is enough bana. We need to free our country from the hands za mkoloni mweusi. God bless you. Stay safe. Keep fighting. Half term.
Asante WDKE. Sir Robin unaweza enda next.
Yes, thank you. Sasa unanisikia poa? Okay. So me I will speak on two aspects. Ya kwanza ni housekeeping, which you've talked about. So housekeeping, and the major issue that we are dealing with right now is housekeeping. You know, when you are in a war, when you are facing the enemy, you have to be sure that the person standing behind you cannot shoot you in your back. And that is what we need within the movement. We need people that understand what is at stake. When somebody comes to text, tweet, and say that maybe we should consider dialogue, you know, that is the message of the oppressor. It is the message that Raila was sent by Ruto to deliver, and anybody that is echoing that message is even a worse enemy and betrayer than the person that we are fighting against themselves. So the first thing that we need to do is to really consider housekeeping issues. And one of the things that you have done well is to have this particular profile picture. This one needs to be the message, because anybody that is a revolutionary must not have a problem having this type of profile, because it is the message that we are putting across. That is one thing. And then number two is, I'm always concerned. Why do we give credit to these people? We have government bloggers who are always spewing shit. Why can't we just deal with them like on this app? We must report an account. Just maybe make an example of 2 accounts or 3. Because there are some people who speak. Like today, when you look at somebody like this guy here, he used to be a woman before he turned into a man. This guy into Abraham Mutai. He's literally spewing hate against people from our region who are being terrorized. People who are innocent. Mothers are being raped. And somebody is saying that it is the Kikuyus who are fighting against Ruto. Why can't we just dedicate a day and deal with these people? This is for housekeeping. so that when we move forward, we can move forward with people who understand what's at stake. That's number one. And then number two is about strategy. How do we deal with this person? Because he is trying to use all tactics. And in a revolution, as you can all draw examples from the Arab uprisings, and any other revolution, the use of guns is usually the last resort for any despot. They will always use guns because, first of all, it's easier to outsource guns because they come in numbers and less, the labor cost is cheap. That is cheap labor. So the use of guns is actually a last resort. So if there is, even at the moment that we are feeling defeated, if there's anything we can draw from this is that actually this is the last stage, because what else can he do? What else? He's killed people. So what else can he do? So the thing is, we cannot now, therefore, go forward and start talking about CG one term. We need to be very distinctive. Again, maybe I should just go back to my first point that I was saying, housekeeping issues. Nobody who is agitating for change in this country should be talking about one term. That is a misplaced agenda. It's a misplaced slogan. Our slogan should be, it's now, it's half time, because we cannot wait. We cannot wait. We have people who have different interests in this particular country. We have the Ruto Brigade that wants two term, the Gachagua Brigade that wants one term, and we need change now. So ours is half term. That is should be very clear. And this is why you see some people telling us we should wait for elections. These people have been living in this country. And even if you supported Uhuru, even if you supported Ruto, you know that these elections in Kenya have not been won clearly, where you can where the losing candidate can confidently say that actually I've lost this election. There is always a lot of opaqueness in the process. So when you see somebody who is switching off television, switching off internet, and they're telling you to wait for the election day, they will just wait for the election day. They will do all manner of sorts. But the moment the election results are announced, you will be told to move on. Now you can imagine somebody that is killed over 200 people at this hour, past 2027, if he kills, because he can kill every month, every day. So he will have killed over 2,000 people, and then we will have to wait for another 10 years. This is not something that we want to do. We have to act now. So in terms of strategy now, what do we do in terms of strategy? One thing that Raila tried, he is not the guy that we draw inspiration from now at the moment, but we can take an example of what he did in some time back when he called for the economic boycott. Me, I'm asking myself, we are always complaining about Safaricom giving out our numbers. Why can't we just dedicate time to deal with Safaricom once and for all? We just need to ensure that they get as minimum revenue as possible, so that if you have to use M-Pesa, it has to be when you are going to withdraw money and have that money in cash, so that you don't transact in M-Pesa. Just deal with these people so that they can feel, because they're the ones who are helping the government. We need to do this and also focus on these particular MPs. For example, if you have somebody like Esther Passaris, she has businesses. This thing has to be as personal. This thing has to be as personal as possible. Because if Esther Passaris does not care about the electorate, the people whom she was elected to serve, women getting raped, she's not saying anything. Children getting shot at in hospitals, she's not saying anything. Then we should not just sit by. We need to look at those particular business. We are not attacking the business. We are avoiding. We are not going to promote. We are not going to be goons to go and attack the business, but we will stay away from those businesses so that you cannot want the country to continue, so that you can continue with the business when other people are sleeping hungry because you are not doing your job as an elected member. So we will need to do that, make it personal for these MPs so that we avoid, because a lot of these MPs have businesses around here, and we just need to avoid those businesses. They will go into losses, and the sense will come back, because if we, and then the other thing is about protests. We cannot be taking breaks. This is my last point because I have a lot to say. I would even talk until tomorrow, but for purposes of communication, we need to be very precise. We cannot be taking breaks. We cannot say, let's protest this month and then we wait for next month. No. Right now, you have seen what the despot is capable of. You have seen if given time, anytime we give him, anytime we allow him, he's going to regroup and hire militia. Somebody, I want to acknowledge somebody here on this timeline by the name Brian Yuri. He's a psychologist and he prides himself in studying human behavior. He had actually talked about Ruto before 2022. Of course, a lot of us made mistakes. I did not support him, but a lot of us made mistakes. We didn't know then, we have seen. But he observed something that this guy will can burn this country down to rule over ashes. Now, today they are using militia, they are using goons. And then he mentioned that in 2027 we could have the RSF from Sudan. They will come to defend their commander. You guys have seen, and we even last year we saw people who are not even Kenyans. I was watching it on live on TV and I saw some people wearing some blue overalls, carrying guns, and they had a United States flag patched on those particular overalls. So anything is possible in this country. At this point in time, we can only fight. We stand with those families that have lost their loved ones. But then it will be an insult to them. We can't tell the mothers sorry. We are not going to tell our sisters that have been raped that we are sorry. No, the only thing that the best gift we can give them is to move forward and finish this journey once and for all. Thank you, very important.
Thank you so much. I think every speaker that has spoken, thank you so much for sharing your concern. I think we're all in agreement that tomorrow we are back on the streets. We are all agreeing, we're all in agreement in that, and it's for that cause that we have to close the space. I think I'll give 3 or 4 more speakers closing statements to give closing remarks. Thank you, KOT Sonko, for joining us. Thank you, Ruto, where the abductees, Sherry, for helping host the space. Wanjiru was here earlier on. Thank you so much. And every speaker that has picked up the microphone, thank you so much. And then most importantly, we're being creative with our resistance, with our movement. If you see this profile picture, please put it on your profile picture, at least for the next 24 hours. Let there be a stance that we are saying, no, this profile picture means a lot to us Kenyans. If you're joining from the region, from all over the world, it means a lot to us. It says we're saying no to the killings, end the killings, stop killing us, stop the impunity. We want constitutionalism, we want good governance, we want transparency, we want accountability of leaders. Eliud Lagat, who ordered the killing of Albert Ojwang, still has a job, still making money over our taxes, and is still killing again. And that's why we are telling the Kenyans that this is not the time to be complacent. Comrades, we are all coming together to say this is not the time to be silent. They will come for you in your home. They'll come for you in your apartment. Bullets will rain on you and your children and your wife because you keep quiet when Albert is killed. If you keep quiet when Boniface Kariuki is killed, next it will be you. And today we have seen that they are more brazen, they are more bold. Ruto is a small Museveni about to hatch into a big Museveni. That is his mentor, that is his best friend, and that is where he's taking us. That is the curve we are on. You don't even need an economist or political scientist to tell you that's what we are going, that's what the country is going. It's headed in a very dangerous direction. But as much as Kenyan detractors live in Kenya, so are her liberators. We are the liberators, we are the patriots, we are the revolutionaries who will make sure that Ruto will pay. Ruto justice will come to him. Might not be tomorrow, it not be the next day. But as the last speaker has said, we are maintaining the pressure. The pressure increases. The pressure increases. When this space ends, people will see this, you will see your profile picture, and that will in itself is a message. You don't even have to have a tweet. Your profile picture, wherever it is a message. Thank you to everyone who is sharing it in your WhatsApp group, sharing it in your Telegram, sharing it in your Facebook, sharing it in your IG, sharing it in your Snapchat, wherever you're sharing it on TikTok. It is a message that you're with the revolution. you stand with the revolution and you're against the killings. So please, 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 guys, put this as your profile picture and let's for once speak with one voice. Please, individuality is okay, but there is a time to come together. Please understand the times. I think there's a pastor on the space. Understand the time. There's a time for unity and there's time for individuality to be individual. We are being picked one by one. Hii si wakati una kujitenga. Ruto anatenga, pana sisi. Right now it is mobilization. Using art, using music, using spaces, using go talk to your homes, talk to your parents, talk to your friends, talk to everyone. Everyone has to have civic education, understand what is happening. Because huko mashinani mali, they're preaching the tribal card. It should not work. It should not work. Thank you to every speaker who has joined the space and keep an eye out for it. If there's any emergency, let us know so we can put it out as quickly as possible. I saw, let me see, let me give Obdusman, Mike is yours.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. And first of all, I want to appreciate all the comrades who have, changed their profile pictures in solidarity. Myself, when I was changing the picture, it gave me an opportunity to share with my timeline members. So I did that as well. But back to the point, I think what we've seen today on the streets is actually unprecedented. Myself, I actually worked overnight the day before the 7th. So I was actually coming from Westlands to my place of work. So I started interacting or encountering the police immediately from where I work. So we were able to get some vehicle which dropped us somewhere around Kengen or thereabout. So we had to walk from there up to around City Stadium. We were actually the two of us, and every corner and every street, you could get a policeman seated there. It took me over 2 hours to get to where I work, 2 hours, 30 minutes and so. So this is a clear indication that the system has given, has given in to, has given in, and they are trying to do as much as possible to salvage themselves. So I think on my side, this was really successful. The fact that people are not able to get to the CBD doesn't mean that this protest was not fruitful, because no business went through, and we are still ready to occupy everywhere tomorrow. So basically, what I would like to just bring forward is maybe what else can we do going forward to be able to make this more effective. I would suggest, like many speakers have brought forward, the one of the things that we can do, apart from protesting on the streets, we could still embrace the act of civil disobedience. Civil disobedience work more effectively, when we choose to boycott certain products, certain services that are actually supporting the government. The baby that you are hearing on the side is actually my baby, and when I got home, I found the baby was not feeling well, and so I had to go to the hospital. I went to the hospital. SHA is not working. I have to again spend money from my own pocket, even though I have to pay for this SHA thing every month, and not just a little amount, a lot of money. And so this really tells you that the system isn't working for us, and it's incumbent upon us to ensure that we actually fight this system until it's down on its knees. So my little suggestion is, I think this leaderless stuff is also working for us, so that not specific people are actually targeted. I think we have less of a people. I remember I used to be a staunch supporter of the opposition then, and what the government would do is, when the when the protests were actually on the peak, they'd actually come for somebody who is the leader, and then all of a sudden, the protests are actually neutralized. But right now, the leaderless nature of these protests is a strength to us. It's actually helping us to sustain the impact, because even though a few of us are targeted, but we still have this metamorphosing because of the leaderless nature. So we can still keep that, of course, and also try as much as possible. Myself at the place of work, I engage actively in these political discussions, and I try as much as possible to deconstruct people's mindset, people who are still, tribalistic. You get a youth who is 24 years still talking about us being Kikuyu, being targeted, we Luo doing what and that, this and that. So I ensure that I actively engage on those kind of conversation to redirect those conversation and try to put a point and try to put sense in the mind of those people. This is not about tribal. It's not about those kind of petty politics. This is beyond that. And as you can see, I don't know what happened with Ruto, but I don't think that man is in his right mindset. I know the NIS are here, quite a number of them, especially those who have not changed their profile pictures. I'm not sure why they have not. I think they are part of people who are here to collect intel. But I think Ruto is not in its right senses. Perhaps I don't know what has really corrupted his mind, whether it's power or wealth, but that guy is totally out of order. And we need to bring this person down and ensure that he goes out. Not one term, not half term, but quarter term. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We're coming to the end of the space. We're taking closing statements. Anna, can you hear me? Anna,
Yes, yes,
go ahead. 2 minutes tafadhali.
yeah.
Kesho tuko kazi, kesho tuko wera, tuko revolution. The country is calling us. We are duty calls. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. And thank you for everyone who has sent their profile picture. I think you don't need to be in the street. If you feel like you can't be in the street, maybe because you are far away or the nature of what you do or a lot of things, the least you can do is to put this picture on your profile photo. It doesn't cost anything. And nobody is asking you for money. Nobody is asking you to come to the street. We are just asking you, please put that picture on. It speaks volume and it will help this movement. And those are some of the non-violent ways that we can make our voices known. So people asking, what can we do now? I think there are some few things, unfinished business that we can do as a movement. One, we need to recall this woman called Esther Fakari. There is a process and we can do it. I think we need just one of the MPs to go down so that we can have a statement. The moment we do that, even if he will be saved somewhere by the Senate or court or whatever, MPs will know that it is very possible to be impeached or recalled by the people. So, and also another thing you should know, I saw the police were very quick today to remove a statement to say that this is what happened today. 11 people were killed, 56 policemen were injured. I haven't seen any policeman in news who has been injured. So they cooked those numbers and they cut down the numbers of the people they killed. I think the number is triple what they killed today. But I think that statement was meant to show something. But in essence, I think they're also stupid because it is an admission of an extrajudicial killing. That's what it means. And then also this guy, for the people who are saying one term or whatever, this man is not a man who is willing to get out of that prison. Someone has rightfully said that he is a mentee of Museveni. The only advantage we have is that Museveni is a military man. He was a man in the bush. Ruto does not have that experience of being in the bush. So there are things he doesn't know. And there are things we are going to teach him properly. And Ruto is a terrorist. He's not even a militia leader or anything. He's a terrorist. And what he's doing is training goons. The goons he will use during elections to make sure people will not go to vote. That is one. He's training a group of goons over time. And we are not going to wait for those goons to graduate. This man needs to live with his goons as early as tomorrow. And we should forget about Raila. I didn't even understand what Raila was saying actually. So I tried listening to what he was saying, and I heard him talking about referendum, and I know there are people who want the constitution to be amended so that they can sneak in some of the things they have always wanted, like at the position of a prime minister or some weird. So that constitution, the way it is, let me tell you, in Africa, there are two countries in Africa that have robust constitutions. One is South Africa, the other one is Kenya. And it is known by all students of constitutional law. They know Kenya and South Africa have robust constitutions. So we cannot allow, we will work with that. That constitution is good the way it is. Even the women representatives, the thing that can happen is recalling those bimbos home. So the next time a woman representative will see they are being recalled, they won't go there and start being a flower girl of people there. The other thing is that there's somebody we've forgotten called Eliud Langat. That guy is still earning salary. That man should be fired. Kasongo does not want to fire that man because this guy does not listen to the masses. He does not care. Mtu anaenda anajenga kanisa kwa land fee yake. He's going to invest so much billions to build kanisa in a land that does not belong to him. And now he's selling weapons. Yani, the guy is so messed up. He's there supporting the instability in Sudan. He's also involved in the Congo crisis. So this is a guy who just like he can do anything to make sure he stays in power and he amasses. You know, the wealth that the Kenyatta family collected over 50 years, Ruto wants to get that wealth in 5 years. I'm telling you. And that is what he's doing, the things he's doing now. He has done so bizarre things, including getting Somalis to be Kenyan. Musomali mwenye anatoka Mogadishu hata ajui Kiswahili, hata hajaisomea hii Kenya, saizi ako na ID as a Kenyan because he's trying everything possible to make sure he stays in power. This man was wrong for this country. This is a person who became a president because he was trying to save himself from ICC. So this is a crook. It is a criminal. This is a criminal, and we should not take any breaks. We should not take any breaks. We should be very consistent because the moment we take the break, they recharge. That's what I've realized. The moment we just took a break kidogo hivi, the moment we come for a maandamano, tunapata wako na ka strategy mpya kama hiyo sengenge yenye wanaweka hapo. If we had done the 25th, tuende kesho yake, hiyo saa ya kufikiria juu ya sengenge ingekuwa, but we gave them time to think about, we can fence this thing. And then this narrative they have started, tribal. They are trying to use the script of 2007. They want to see if different tribes can fight each other, And also, I also see some politicians who want things to be so bad so that we can do, when Kofi Annan came to Kenya and all things had to change and everything, so many things were created, and that's where they want to sneak some of their things. That's why some of them who might pretend to be friends of the movement, we need to interrogate, especially these seasoned politicians. Siwaoni vizuri, sioni interest yao. The reason why they are with us is just because they are not in the other. Wakiitwa tu hapo utaona wakikimbia. So we have to be very careful and protect this movement and protect this the integrity of this movement. And watu wale hamjaweka profile unless we ni afande ama we ni spy ama we ni mtu wa Kasongo. That's the only way we can explain you've not put your profile picture, but it is okay. Ikianza kuumana pia kitakuuma wewe. Saa zile naenda kununua sukari, ile pesa nanunua, I don't think even wewe unanunua rahisi, but afande, endelea kukaa tu na picha yako. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna. Josh, oh my gosh, we are running out of time. Josh, are you there? Josh, not on the mic. Nick Morgan Estates. Nick Morgan, are you there? We have lost Nick Morgan.
I'm here.
Tafadhali 2 minutes.
Thank you, Centric and fellow comrades. Yeah, first of all, I want to give a big shout out to all people who came yesterday. Yeah, sisi tulitokea, despite the fact that we are not large in numbers. Tulifika hadi Jogoo Road, jaribu ku press hadi lakini haikuwork, but all the same tulitokea. And if you're here and you lost a beloved one, and uliumia, unaona manze, sorry manze, this is a fraternity of all comrades. We are here for everyone, you know. When you go to the streets, you go to the streets because the streets belong to us. This is our country and we love our country. We are ready to do anything for this country, you know. And I want to encourage everyone here that first of all, kwanza wase washika ID, because that is a tool. 2027, okay, I know the narrative is not all about 2027, but watu washika ID, vijana mnyakue seats, chukueni seats nyingi, tuchukue seats nyingi. And another thing is that about kama maandamano ni kesho, tunatokea anytime you are ready. Thank you, Afrocentric. And if you're from Rongai, I am vying for MCA, Ngata Rongai. Yeah. Thank you,
Nick. At least we know. Well, at least now we know. At least we know you want kura because tukupigie kura. Na see this Ruto bloody regime. I want to thank every speaker for coming to pick up the mic. People, we must understand. That if Ruto is not in power because you support him. We have to understand that he's in power because majority of Kenyans choose to do nothing. By the way, the only way these power structures are still in place is because you have chosen to keep quiet. We have too many fence sitters. Like, we have been here for 4 hours. We're saying, guys, we're doing digital protesting. Please put your picture, do something. But it's a very small percentage that have moved. Still, people are still doing nothing. And that's how evil thrives. That's how tyrants rule. That's how, if we read our history books, tuliona hapa, the British came to Kenya in 1895 hapo. And then we read Rwanda from 1895, over 111 years, until 1963. What were Kenyans doing? Why did they not pick up arms? It's because majority were doing nothing. Before the majority picked up arms, the Italians came to Ethiopia, they found people there with knives ready for them, and they were never colonized. So our history books can either read a tyrant came to Ruto, took power, and on the second year he fell. Ama it can read Ruto took power and he held for two decades. Because if we keep quiet, before our mental shifts, shida ni kwa akili. We have to have that mental shift, especially from the neutrals. Those people saying, let me stay home. Let let me be neutral. Let me don't get involved. Hey, wasi wanasema nini? Wanaenda kwa streets. Oh, let me stay home. That neutrality, when you're neutral, when you're on the fence, you have umeka kurako kwa debe ya Ruto, because that's what he needs. He needs you just do nothing. That's why they're taking these big trucks, they're taking guns, they're firing. They want you to keep quiet. Na tuko wale watuko hapo, by the everyone who has changed their profile picture, leo nimekufuata. I've done my best when everyone was speaking, I was following because you're putting a statement. Your flag has called and you've answered. Umesema Z. Always, you cannot take a Kenyan, shoot him and then drag him on the police. Msia anavutwa kama mzoga. Humanity is gone. Ruto's regime is evil. We are not negotiating with terrorists. People who are killing us, we are not negotiating with Ruto. He has to go. And that's where we are. Hapo ndo syllabus imefika. Hatuongei, umse aende. And the pressure must remain maximum. Maximum pressure. We are disrupting the economy. All the roads closed. Kesho tuko kwa ground. Aya, Dr. Sketch, please close. I'm closing the space.
Thank you very much, Avlo Sentry. You see, hapo kwa watu wa mbona nimemutiwa? Hapo hapo kwa watu wa neutral, you guys should understand you don't actually have to go to the streets or to be vocal online for them to kill you. Walienda yule kijana kwa baba yake home, hata si kwake. Walimwendea kwa ushago, wakakuja wakamuua Nairobi. Another thing, this digital protest we are currently doing, like I use my account for business and I have put it up, so I don't understand the guys who are now putting them up. Sijui excuse yao inaweza kuwa nini, because mimi naona labda hawa ni watu ya Kasongo. I don't get it. Like, you guys should put this nini up and protest with us. And
Afro could ask one of them. Maybe you can just upandishe mmoja tu mwenye ako hapa ameshinda all those hours, atuambie tu, just one or two people, uwapandishe tu waulize ni nini. Maybe kuna kitu watujui.
Aya, nimepandisha youth. Youth, can you hear me? Go just Sketch, you're going to land. You're the one who's closing the space. Youth, can you hear me? Youth president or youth peace Kenya? Youth leader. Youth leader, unanisikia? Youth leader advocate, senior back-end developer. Wait,